Chapter 945. Xiao Yang didn't mind. He wasn't intimidated by the other party's aura at all. Yo, Qing Yunyi, your Yi clan came to kill me. Do you think I can only stretch my neck out for you to kill? I can't resist. What kind of logic is that? If you want to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. Yi Changqing blinked and looked cautiously at Xiao Yang. No matter what, the Yi clan was in the wrong. First, it was Yi Changqing, Yi Yinglong, and the others looking for trouble. Then came Yi Changqing, Yi Yinglong, and the others. Even if Xiao Yang killed them, it would be a matter of course. But Xiao Yang didn't do so. At least you're tactful and didn't kill everyone from my Yi clan. Otherwise, I would have exterminated your entire clan. Qing Yin spat viciously, his killing intent clear. No one doubted his words. Now you can let them go. After threatening Xiao Yang, Qing Yin ordered Xiao Yang indifferently. It was as if he thought Xiao Yang was an insignificant character he could bully at any time. Xiao Yang's life was in his grasp, and he had no choice but to obey. However, Xiao Yang ignored Qing Yin. Instead, he mocked, Yi Qing Yin, you think I'll let them go just because you say so? What do you take me for? Who do you think you are? Xiao Yang was unprecedentedly unyielding. So what if Wu Zun was a fifth-rank expert? He'd still fight back when he needed to. He wasn't afraid at all. Qi Yan, Lan Jiaya, the 12 sect leaders, Shi Chuanshan, and the others all looked at him with admiration. At the very least, they'd never seen anyone who dared to go against Wu Zun. Qing Yin was instantly enraged. In this insignificant backwater, a little fellow from the lower realm dared to go against his will. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. This was a challenge to his authority. How could he tolerate it? Brat, you're courting death and bringing disaster to your poisoned sect. Yi Qing Yin glared with a pair of ferocious eyes and shouted fiercely. In his opinion, with Wu Zun's strength at the Fifth Order, it was enough to sweep through the North Pole town and crush the entire lower realm. Whether it was the North Pole town or the lower flow realm, he didn't care about them at all. Then he raised his finger and pointed at Xiao Yang. Even though this finger seemed simple, it was actually very complicated and profound. This involved the use of origin energy. Origin energy was much stronger than cultivation and the power of laws. With a martial skill that was executed using source energy, one would feel as if the sky was collapsing just by looking at it. Xiao Yang blinked and knew that this attack was not simple. He snorted and instantly unleashed the power of the law that he had mastered. Then he immediately performed the invincible divine sword technique and condensed a magnificent and majestic sword city to block the attack. Rumble! A huge explosion rang out and terrifying shockwaves rippled through the air. The shockwaves swept out in all directions, destroying almost everything. Even Qi Yan, Lan Jiaya, and the others who were hundreds of meters away felt the intense tremors. If they had come any closer, they might have died in the shockwaves. After blocking Yi Qing Yan's attack, Xiao Yang slowly rose into the air and hovered at the same height as Qing Yan. The two were in a deadlock. Although he was only at the Fourth Order of Wu Zun, he was very courageous and didn't fear anyone. Good boy, no wonder Gong Sanji and Yi Qinglong were killed. So you have this kind of power of law. You really are a young hero. Evergreen and Yinglong fell at your hands. It's not unjust. Qin Yin commented expressionlessly. In fact, he was shocked by Xiao Yang's combat strength. He didn't expect that a Fourth Order of Wu Zun could erupt with combat strength comparable to Wu Zun's Fifth Order. No one with a lower cultivation level had ever dared to take a hit from him. Qin Yin had already placed Xiao Yang on the same level as himself. Xiao Yang, if that's all you've got, then your glory will end here. I won't show you any mercy. Qin Yin said coldly. He had only used 80% of his strength just now. To deal with a lowly cultivator, he was already bullying the weak with his own strength, let alone using his full strength. However, Xiao Yang was a tough nut to crack, so he had no choice but to treat Xiao Yang seriously. Just as he was about to use a new martial skill to attack, he sensed a powerhouse who wasn't any weaker than him flying over. Looking over, he saw the Han family's ancestor, Han Mie, arriving with his people. Han Mie, it's you. Qin Yan's pupils shrank when he saw Han Mie, and his expression was one of shock. When he saw Han Long and the others below, he immediately understood. It turned out that Han Mie was here to cause trouble for Xiaoyang. Although Xiaoyang had killed Lord Yi, Long, and Gong Senji, Xiaoyang had also killed Han Fei, Han Li, and the elders of the Han family. Only Han Long and the others were left. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang had attacked the Han family much more heavily. He had practically wiped out the Yi family. Qin Yunyi, you arrived before me. Han Mie also noticed Qin Yunyi. His eyes flashed with coldness. He snorted coldly and confronted Yi Qinyin. The Han family and the Yi family had hundreds of years of enmity between them. They had always been enemies, always looking for an opportunity to strike. Who would have thought that they would meet here? Greetings, ancestor. Han Long and the others hurriedly bowed to Han Mie. Han Mie's gaze fell on them. He snorted coldly with an icy expression. Han Fei, Han Li, and the elders of the Han family were all dead. The remaining Han Long and the others were truly vexing. Are you pigs? There are so many of you. If you just stand there and let him kill you, he won't be able to kill you all. Furthermore, you are all famous experts. Tell me, did you betray the enemy? Han Mie's expression was sullen as he roared at Han Long. As soon as he saw Han Long and the others, he became angry. Han Long and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they lowered their heads in shame. Han Mie, Han Li, and Han Fei were killed by this brat in front of you. What, don't you plan to avenge your clansmen? Yi Qinyin chuckled. A playful look appeared in his eyes as he reminded Han Mie. Han Mie's expression was cold as he frowned. He snorted at Yi Qinyin and said disdainfully, Yi Qinyin, don't be so sarcastic. How good is your Yi family? Gong Senji and Xiaoyang were still killed by Xiaoyang. After this old man gets rid of Xiaoyang, I'll have a round with you. Anytime. Yi Qinyin was not afraid of Han Mie at all. He also wanted nothing more than to kill Han Mie. Then he mocked. I'm just afraid that you can't even take care of this brat. Yi Qinyin had already made a move on Xiaoyang before. However, Xiaoyang was not an ordinary fourth-rank Wuzun. Thus, he did not mind leaving this troublemaker to Han Mie. Chapter 946. After Han Mie expended some of his origin energy, he would fight him again and find an opportunity to kill him. Han Mie snorted and ignored Yi Qinyin. His cold and emotionless gaze fell on Xiaoyang. He looked at Xiaoyang from head to toe. He didn't see anything special about Xiaoyang. So how did he manage to kill Han Li and Han Mie? He couldn't figure it out. Xiaoyang, you're the one who killed and captured my Han clan members, aren't you? I'll give you a chance now. Release my Han clan members, and I'll consider waiting a few days for your name. Han Mie spoke viciously to Xiaoyang. Since Xiaoyang had killed Han Li and Han Fei, there was no way he would let Xiaoyang go. However, he didn't want to be used by Qinyin. If Xiaoyang agreed to let Han Long and the others go, he might be able to wait a few days before attacking Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang wasn't afraid of him at all. He retorted, Release them? Sure, but swear that you won't attack me or my people for the rest of your life. He stated his conditions. Xiaoyang wasn't stupid. How could he be so stupid as to let them go? He had captured these people with great difficulty. Holding them in his hands was equivalent to holding them hostage. He wasn't afraid that they would act rashly. Once he released them, their lives would be at the mercy of others. Xiaoyang didn't want to be slaughtered. You dare to raise conditions with me? Han Mie glared at Xiaoyang with eyes filled with killing intent. He stared at him in disbelief. No one had ever dared to raise conditions with him, especially those weaker than him. He was used to being in charge. How could he allow others to disobey him? You're courting death. He roared and clenched his fists. He circulated his origin energy and attacked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and looked serious, but he didn't retreat. He snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. He shouted and immediately used the soul-refining art, releasing a terrifying spiritual attack. The psychic attacks condensed into needle-like threads, numbering in the tens of thousands. They pierced into Han Mie's sea of consciousness, disrupting his memories and senses. Yes, due to his carelessness, Han Mie suffered Xiaoyang's sneak attack. He could not help but groan as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Therefore, he could only stop using the origin energy and cancel his martial arts attack. He hurriedly released his soul consciousness to suppress the soul consciousness power in his sea of consciousness. Invincible divine sword technique. Xiaoyang took advantage of this gap and unleashed the power of law without hesitation. He performed the invincible divine sword technique, a low-grade earth level martial skill, and condensed a city made of swords. The city was 100 feet in size. It was magnificent and majestic, and its aura was sharp. It crashed toward Han Mie. Han Mie's closed eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. The light hit the sword city and destroyed it in an instant. Boy, you're very capable. Han Mie narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoyang meaningfully. No wonder Yi Qingyan asked him to take the lead. It turned out that Xiaoyang was a tough nut to crack. He was not easy to deal with. Just now, he was careless and suffered a loss. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by Xiaoyang. It's okay. Xiaoyang was very modest. Wasn't it just a fight with a stage 5 expert like Wu Zun? It was not a big deal. In his previous life, Xiaoyang had experienced no less than 10,000 fights and was already used to fighting above his level. However, his calmness in the eyes of the crowd shocked them all. Qi Yan, the 12 sect leaders, Lan Jiaoye, Shi Chuanshan, and the others looked at Xiaoyang with admiration. It was as if they were seeing Xiaoyang for the first time. They could not believe it. Damn, am I dreaming? It's not real, right? Is this all real? Our Lord is fighting Wu Zun alone. He's not at a disadvantage. Am I not awake yet? Many of Xiaoyang's subordinates discussed. Their voices of surprise and joy overshadowed the previous one. Our Lord is awesome. Our Lord is mighty. Our Lord, we are proud of you. We are proud of you. The disciples of the 12 great sects shouted one after another. They were excited, and their blood was boiling. Xiaoyang's actions were indeed so exciting that they could not control themselves. They didn't expect Xiaoyang to be this strong. It was far beyond their expectations. Qi Yan, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Chanchan, and the rest of the poison sect were shocked to see Xiaoyang take on Wu Zun's level 5 expert head-on. They were flabbergasted, unable to believe it. They were well aware of how strong Xiaoyang was. Xiaoyang had come from the poison sect in the lower realm. They had worked with Xiaoyang before. How long had it been since then? Xiaoyang had grown to this level. He wasn't afraid of facing off against a level 5 expert like Wu Zun. If he ran into the 3,000 flow, 3,000 desolation, 3,000 extreme, and the others, he would be able to beat them. Senior brother Xiaoyang is too amazing. Senior brother Xiaoyang is awesome. He's our role model. Senior brother Xiaoyang is the pride of our poison sect. He's the pride of the lower realm. The poison sect gasped in shock as they discussed. Yi Chongqing, Yi Yinglong, Han Long, Lin Fan, Lu Qinghe, and the others were also dumbfounded. They stared at Xiaoyang in shock. Almost all of them were level 4 experts, like Wu Zun. They were unwilling to accept being captured by Xiaoyang. But now that they saw Xiaoyang in action, they finally understood that Xiaoyang had shown them mercy. Otherwise, they would have been killed by Xiaoyang. This was a monster who dared to fight a level 5 expert like Wu Zun. They could only accept that they had fallen at the hands of such a heaven-defying monster. Fortunately, they'd chosen to submit. Otherwise, Xiaoyang would have killed them. They rejoiced over their wise choice. There was nothing shameful about submitting to a powerhouse. When Yi Qingyan saw that Xiaoyang was not at a disadvantage in the fight with Han Mie and had even managed to injure Han Mie, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. The shock in his heart had reached a point where he did not dare to imagine. The first time he'd tested Xiaoyang, he'd known that Xiaoyang wasn't easy to deal with. But after seeing Xiaoyang fight Han Mie, he was 100% certain that Xiaoyang was a powerful existence on par with them. How is it, Han Mie? You can't even take care of a brat. You're embarrassing yourself. If you can't handle him, you can back down and let me do it. Yi Qingyan mocked Han Mie. In truth, he wasn't confident in fighting Xiaoyang either. But that didn't stop him from mocking Han Mie. After all, Han Mie was the patriarch of the Han family. He was a level 5 expert like Wu Zun. He'd always been arrogant and looked down on everyone. Now that he'd been defeated in this insignificant place, he'd definitely be unwilling to accept it. He'd definitely try to protect his reputation, which would provoke him to attack again. This would allow Yi Qingyan's evil plan to succeed. Yi Qingyan, stop bragging. You make it sound like you're really awesome. When I first came here, it's not like I haven't seen you fight before. You couldn't take down Xiaoyang either. What right do you have to laugh at me? Chapter 947. Han Mie replied with a look of displeasure. Having their prelude exposed, Yi Qingyan felt a little embarrassed and said angrily, "Humph, Han Mie, take him down if you can. What's the point of saying so much?" Just as Han Mie and Yi Qingyan were quarreling, outside the ferry, an aura was going against the flow. The aura released was comparable to Wu Zun's rank 5. This was a man whose cultivation was not inferior to Yi Qingyan and Han Mie's. It's Tianyao Zi, who has disappeared for many years. Yi Qingyan and Han Mie were surprised. They frowned and narrowed their eyes, looking downstream. They saw Tianyao Zi in a straw raincoat, holding a bamboo pole and leisurely going against the flow. "Boss is back." When Lu Qinghe, Lin Fan, and the others saw Tianyao Zi, they were all excited and overjoyed. Ever since Tianyao Zi went missing, Lu Qinghe and Lin Fan had different ideologies, which led to the collapse of such a large force. Now that Tianyao Prince had returned, they could merge into one again and become an unparalleled force. Xiaoyang, Qian, Lan Jiaye, the 12 sect leaders, and the others all looked over and saw the ordinary-looking Tianyao Zi. Although Tianyao Zi was dressed very plainly, no one dared to underestimate him, because he was a powerful existence on par with Yi Qingyan, Han Mie, and the other almighties. This was big trouble. These 3 almighties were all here. Any one of them could wipe out the entire North Pole town and disintegrate Xiaoyang's force, let alone 3 of them. Scarlet Flame frowned as he thought to himself worriedly, his expression heavy. But no matter what the outcome was, he would never abandon Xiaoyang. At worst, he would die with Xiaoyang. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, the 12 sect leaders, and the others were also worried. The enemy was too strong. This was something they had long expected, but they still chose to face it. When they made the choice, they were actually prepared to die. Xiaoyang blinked and looked at Tianyao calmly. When Tianyao Zi arrived at the ferry, he did not step onto the land. Instead, he stood on the bamboo raft and looked at Lu Qinghe and Lin Fan. He nodded at them before looking at Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, I know you. I've heard a lot about you on the way here." Tianyao said indifferently. Based on the current situation, it was still impossible to determine if he was an enemy. Xiaoyang cupped his fists at Tianyao Prince and smiled. "Tianyao Prince, I've been looking forward to meeting you in person for a long time." Before the other party made a statement, Xiaoyang also did not reveal the aura of an enemy or a friend. Xiaoyang gave the other party the choice of whether to be his enemy or not. If the other party wanted to fight, Xiaoyang would not back down. Tianyao Zi was silent for a moment before he said to Xiaoyang, Release Lu Qinghe, Lin Fan, and the others, and I can help you fend off the enemy outside the town. How about it? This was karma. Xiaoyang had captured his people. If he wanted to save Lu Qinghe, Lin Fan, and the others safely, then he had to show his sincerity. It was obvious that he was very sincere about this, helping Xiaoyang fend off the enemy. One had to know that the enemy was not simple. At the very least, he was a rank 5 powerhouse like Wu Zun. Although Tian Yao Prince did not expect to defeat both Han Mie and Qin Yin at the same time, as long as he could hold one of them back, Xiaoyang would be able to fight the other to a draw. This way, even if Yi Qin Yin and Han Mie worked together, Xiaoyang, Qi Yan, and the others would be in an invincible position. One had to admit that Tian Yao Prince's sincerity moved Xiaoyang, and the people of the North Pole town looked at him in a new light. It also gave Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, the 12 sect leaders, and the others hope to survive. Xiaoyang did not hesitate and said decisively, "As you wish, Tian Yao Prince." And so, Xiaoyang returned Lu Qinghe and Lin Fan's soul blood to them. As for the soul blood of the other mercenaries, Xiaoyang did not take them away, because there were too many mercenaries if he wanted to control every one of them. How much blood would he have to take? Xiaoyang did not have the time to do that. He only needed to control the key people. Lu Qinghe and Lin Fan looked at the drop of soul blood in front of them excitedly. It was the soul blood they had been forced to give away before. They hurriedly received the soul blood and fused it back into their foreheads, causing them to become full of vitality. "Thank you, Senior Xiaoyang." Lu Qinghe and Lin Fan cupped their fists to Xiaoyang to express their gratitude. Previously, they wanted to offend Xiaoyang, but their skills were not as good as his, and they were captured. They deserved it. They did not have the mentality of hatred. Before killing, one should be prepared to be killed. The fact that Xiaoyang did not kill them was enough to surprise them. Now that Xiaoyang had given them back their freedom because of Tian Yao Prince, they weren't touched at all. This was just a normal transaction. Their freedom in exchange for Tian Yao Prince's help. This transaction was not a loss. Fortunately, Xiaoyang did not kill them before. Otherwise, he would have offended 3 5th-order Wu Zun powerhouses at the same time. Xiaoyang signaled Yi Gong, Yinglong, Hanlong, and the others. Yinglong, Hanlong, and the others naturally knew Xiaoyang's intention and returned several drops of soul blood. When Xiaoyang conquered the Blood Demon Mercenary Group and the Blood Demon Mercenary Group, he sent Lord Yi, Yinglong, and Hanlong to supervise them. Because of the need for supervision, these 2 people controlled the soul blood of several core mercenaries. Now, since these mercenaries were set free, the soul blood naturally had to be returned. "Thank you, Senior Xiaoyang." After receiving their soul blood, the core members of the 2 mercenary groups cupped their fists and expressed their gratitude to Xiaoyang. They no longer addressed Xiaoyang as Lord, but as Senior. This meant that they had obtained their freedom. Before, they called him Lord because they were truly captured. But now that Tian Yao Prince appeared, they regained their freedom and returned to his embrace. Naturally, they could not call Xiaoyang Lord. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said slowly, "This is your old captain, remembering your old friendship. Just be grateful." Lu Qinghe, Lin Fan, and the others cupped their fists at Xiaoyang and then used their cultivation to fly towards Tian Yao Prince. They paid their respects to Tian Yao Prince again. Tian Yao Prince exchanged a few words with them before telling them to leave. Since Lu Qinghe, Lin Fan, and the others were unwilling to leave and were willing to accompany Tian Yao Prince let them be. In any case, with a big shot like him here, no one would dare to touch his people. Qin Yin, Han Mie, and the others had ugly expressions. Xiaoyang was already hard enough to deal with, and now Tian Yao Zi was also added to the mix. This made them feel a lot of pressure. Not to mention that the lives of Lord Yi Yinglong, Lord Yi Changqing, Hanlong, and the others were still in Xiaoyang's hands. If they pushed Xiaoyang into a corner, It was hard to guarantee that Xiaoyang wouldn't do something extreme. Chapter 948. Han Mia and Yi Qingyan stared at Tianyao Prince with hostility. They frowned and said coldly, "Tianyao Prince, do you really want to interfere in our business?" The two of them were enemies to begin with, but Tianyao Zi's interference had led to a temporary alliance. There were no absolute enemies or absolute friends in this world. There were only conflicts of interest, which would determine who was friend or foe. Tianyao Zi glanced at Han Mia and Qingyan calmly and snorted. "I'm Tianyao Zi, and I'm a man of my word. Since I've promised Xiaoyang, I'll naturally keep my word. I'll say it right here. You should leave quickly and don't make an enemy out of me." He flew up and left the bamboo raft, standing side by side with Xiaoyang, indicating that he would be on the same side as Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang looked at him gratefully. "Thank you, Senior Tianyao Zi." It was necessary to be polite, even though it was just a deal between them. Han Mia's expression was ugly and gloomy. He didn't know whether to retreat or attack. Yi Qingyan's expression was also ugly. Before he came here, he wanted to use his own strength to sweep through the Arctic town and lead the Yi family. But now, it seemed that this wish was going to fall through. Putting aside the fact that Xiaoyang was difficult to deal with, the addition of Tianyao Zi was a great challenge for them. The situation fell into a temporary stalemate. It was up to Yi Qingyan and Han Mia whether to fight or not. They were also pondering. If they were to fight, they weren't confident in winning. If they couldn't defeat Xiaoyang and offended Xiaoyang, the Yi and Han families wouldn't be able to return. Xiaoyang wouldn't let them go. However, if they didn't fight and left with their tails between their legs, they wouldn't be willing to accept it. They felt that they had lost a lot of face. This choice was really embarrassing, and they didn't know what to do. After a long while, Qingyan said slowly, "Xiaoyang, let my family members go, and we'll call it even. I promise that the Yi family won't touch the North Pole town again." This was a disguised compromise to Xiaoyang. There was no other way. Xiaoyang was already difficult to deal with, and now with Tianyao Zi's help, the level of difficulty had risen sharply. There was no better way than to compromise. Yi Changqing, Yi Yinglong, and the rest of the Yi family members were excited when they heard that Qingyan was going to take them back. They could finally leave this place and regain their freedom. Just now, when Lin Fan, Lu Qinghe, and the other mercenaries obtained their freedom, there was no need to mention how envious they were. They really hoped that they were one of them. However, they were excited for nothing. Xiaoyang smirked and said coldly, "Why should I let them go? This is the price they have to pay for invading. You, Qingyan and Han Mia, came here with the intention of destroying the North Pole town. I, Xiaoyang, will accept it. If you have the ability, do it." Xiaoyang became very stubborn at this moment. He had a faint smile on his face. Their request was indeed unreasonable. They wanted Xiaoyang to let them go because they couldn't win. They didn't put Xiaoyang in their eyes at all. They thought that Xiaoyang was a small character that could be bullied. Hearing Xiaoyang's rejection, Qingyan's face turned ugly. He really didn't expect Xiaoyang to reject him. He also didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so stubborn. As long as one was smart, they would choose to compromise. They wouldn't easily offend a rank 5 expert like Wu Zun. So there's nothing to say. We can only fight one battle. Qingyan raised his eyebrows and said coldly. He released his fighting spirit. If he returned empty-handed, he didn't know what the other families would think of him. This was something that Qingyan couldn't accept. Han Mia also asked coldly, "Xiaoyang, so you also don't want to let the Han family people go?" He also released a strong sense of enmity, as if he had already expected Xiaoyang's answer. Therefore, he also planned to fight against Yi Qingyan. Since Xiaoyang could reject Qingyan, he could also reject him. Of course, Xiaoyang answered matter-of-factly. Tianyao Zi helped Xiaoyang fight the enemy outside the town. That was why Xiaoyang let them go. What did Qingyan and Han Mia pay? Did they want to gain something without risking anything? That was impossible. Xiaoyang wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't be tricked for nothing. As for invading the North Pole town, Xiaoyang was never afraid. At most, he would fight to the death. Only fighting could make people grow. Humph, then there's nothing to talk about. Han Mie's eyes flashed coldly. He then looked at Qing Yin and said, Qing Yunyi, why don't we fight together? Since Xiaoyang didn't want to let the Yi and Han family people go, they had to fight. If they lost, they could leave with their tails between their legs. If they won, Xiaoyang's life would be in their hands. Letting him go would be a simple matter. Qing Yin Yi had the same idea. He looked at Han Mie and said, Han Mie, you can choose an opponent first. Han Mie didn't hold back. He had suffered at the hands of Xiaoyang before and had always wanted revenge. He immediately said, Then I'll deal with Xiaoyang. You hold Tianyazi back. We'll settle our grudge later. Sure. Qing Yunyi agreed. Then he looked at Tianyazi and said coldly, Tianyazi, I've heard that your cultivation is unfathomable. Today I'd like to see it for myself. Please. Tianyazi flew up and hovered in midair, facing off against Yi Qingyin. Qing Yunyi, I've heard of you before. Please. The two Wu Zun rank 5 almighties began to fight. However, they didn't use their full strength. They were just going through the motions, because they didn't have a reason to fight. Tianyazi had only promised Xiaoyang to help him fend off the enemies outside the town. So, he only needed to hold Yi Qingyin back. There was no need to kill him. Moreover, his opponent was also an almighty of the same level. He didn't have full confidence in winning. Qing Yin Yi had the same idea. He only needed to hold the opponent back. As for whether they could succeed, it would depend on the battle between Han Mie and Xiaoyang. As for the people they brought, none of them made a move. After all, this was a battle between almighties. It wasn't their place to interfere. On the other hand, Qi Yan, the 12 sect leaders, Lan Jia, Gu Qianshan, Shi Chuanshan, and the others were eager to make a move. They didn't want to see Xiaoyang bear the burden alone. They also wanted to help share some of the burden with Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang had strictly ordered them not to make a move. That was why they held back. In fact, Xiaoyang couldn't be blamed for making such arrangements. After all, among the people brought by Qing Yun and Han Mie, there were at least 7 or 8 rank for almighties of the Wu Zun realm. Qi Yan and the others could only deal with 1 or 2 rank for almighties of the Wu Zun realm at most. If all 8 rank for almighties of the Wu Zun realm attacked together, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. Instead, they might be captured. That would be very disadvantageous for Xiaoyang. Chapter 949. Qing Yunyi and Tianyaozi had already started fighting. The two of them fought fiercely, and loud explosions could be heard from time to time. Han Mie stared Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, I was careless just now and suffered a loss from you. Let's see what other moves you have now. Therefore, he released his origin energy and used martial arts techniques to attack Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had not reached the level of Wu Zun 5th stage yet, so he could only use the power of law and martial arts techniques to defend himself. At the same time, he used them together with the traceless dream and the soul-refining art. This made Han Mie uncomfortable. The more he fought, the more aggrieved he felt. Although his martial arts techniques were good, he lacked spiritual techniques. In terms of spiritual attacks, he could only passively defend. Once he defended, there would be a loophole in his martial arts technique, which Xiaoyang would then take advantage of. He was going crazy. Invincible divine, sword technique. Once again, Xiaoyang summoned his immortal sword. The immortal sword buzzed and condensed countless sword silhouettes. The sword silhouettes flickered and formed a sword city. The entire sword city released a sharp aura that crushed down on Han Mie. At the same time, he used the soul-refining art to attack Han Mie on the spiritual level. After that, he used the earthly Qi Azure Dragon, Firmament Palm, Poison Dragon Claw, and other powerful martial arts techniques. Even someone as powerful as Han Mie could only retreat a little when he used all these martial arts techniques. He was forced to retreat by Xiaoyang. He was always passive in his fight with Xiaoyang. He was at a disadvantage. After fighting fiercely for half a day, Han Mie still could not defeat Xiaoyang. Instead, he was beaten by Xiaoyang, who used the soul-refining art and various martial arts techniques to attack. Han Mie was in a sorry state. Qi Yan, Lan Jiaoye, the 12 sect leaders, and the others saw the situation on the 2 battlefields. They were all excited. On the other hand, Yinglong Yi, Changqing Yi, the Yi family elder, Han Long, and the others looked bitter. They thought that even the patriarch would be able to save them. They did not expect this to be the result. The people who came with Yi Qingyun and Han Mie were also worried when they saw the situation. They were Wu Zun's Type 4 experts, and they wanted to act against Qi Yan, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the rest. However, that would cause others to accuse them of bullying the weak. Lin Fan, Lu Qinghe, and the rest would definitely participate in the battle, as well as Yi Gong, Changqing, and the rest. They would definitely be forced to act by Xiaoyang. Therefore, the experts from the Yi clan and the Han clan didn't make a move. They didn't want to kill each other with their own clansmen, nor did they want to start a war with Lu Qinghe, Lin Fan, and the others. They could only count on Qing Yunyi and Han Mie. It was just that the battle between the 2 old ancestors was truly worrisome and distressing. One of them was being held back by the heavenly demon prince. Neither side was going all out, as if they were putting on a show. The other one was actually being suppressed by Xiaoyang, which simply stunned everyone. Between the 2 battles, only the battle between Han Mie and Xiaoyang was worth watching. They all knew that Xiaoyang was only Wu Zun Type 4, the same realm as most of them, but he didn't even have the courage to challenge Han Mie. However, this Xiaoyang was amazing, forcing Han Mie into such a sorry state. The Yi clan and the Han clan's Wu Zun Type 4 experts all widened their eyes in disbelief. At this rate, even if the Yi clan and the Han clan worked together, they might not be able to defeat the North Pole town. This was a very shameful thing. One had to know that the Yi clan and the Han clan were first-rate families in the North Pole city, one of the top 10 forces. In their eyes, the North Pole town was like a manor with a small territory and weak strength. Anyone could easily occupy it. However, 2 of the top 10 forces working together couldn't do anything to the North Pole town. This completely changed their understanding of the North Pole town, and they couldn't believe it. Bang bang. Xiaoyang's battle with Han Mie had evolved to the point where he was using his physical body to fight. Logically speaking, as a Wu Zun Type 5 expert, Han Mie had mastered the origin energy, and the power of his martial arts skills should be doubled. He should be able to beat Xiaoyang. However, the reality was that Xiaoyang kept harassing Han Mie with the soul-refining art, causing Han Mie's martial arts skills to be greatly restricted. Even the use of the origin energy was blocked. Whether it was the use of the power of law or the origin energy, it required the user's will to use it. However, Xiaoyang's soul-refining art specialized in attacking a person's soul and sea of consciousness. This caused Han Mie's expression to change drastically several times, and he had no choice but to change his original intention of using the origin energy to perform martial arts skills. This also caused Han Mie to be too lazy to perform martial arts skills. He directly relied on the strength of his physical body to fight Xiaoyang in close combat. When a person's cultivation reached a certain level, their physical body would naturally become stronger as well. It was just that the strength of the physical body could never catch up to the level of cultivation. Xiaoyang, who cultivated both his physical body and cultivation, was an exception. Some time ago, Xiaoyang's physical body was even stronger than his cultivation. Later, he worked hard to cultivate, and his cultivation caught up to the strength of his physical body. Therefore, when Han Mie decided to fight Xiaoyang with physical strength, Xiaoyang stopped harassing him with the soul-refining art. Instead, he fought Han Mie with his real body. You're courting death. Han Mie's eyes lit up when he saw that Xiaoyang was no longer using the soul-refining art. He shouted proudly. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to physical strength. Previously, when he fought Xiaoyang with martial arts skills, it had been very frustrating. This was because Xiaoyang's soul-refining art was very strange. It repeatedly interrupted or messed up his sea of consciousness. However, this time, both of them planned to use their physical strength to fight. It was simply too satisfying. Han Mie, it's useless to win with words. In terms of physical strength, I'm more powerful than you. Xiaoyang shouted without shame. He had always been cultivating his physical body. After devouring the heaven-level Dharma treasure Captive Phoenix, the heaven-level middle-grade Dharma treasure Mountain River map, and other miscellaneous Dharma treasures, Xiaoyang's physical body was comparable to Wu Zun's. In the blink of an eye, Han Mie and Xiaoyang clashed face to face. Their fighting style was very primitive. They did not use any killing moves. They were completely like street thugs. They raised their hands, clenched their fists, and then fought. Bang! After the two of them exchanged blows, Han Mie was directly sent flying. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was not the first time he had spilled blood. In the battle with Xiaoyang, he had been injured many times. Now his injuries had worsened. He was in a terrible state. He did not expect Xiaoyang's physical body to be so strong. It was far beyond his imagination. After the exchange of blows, Xiaoyang's body was still suspended in the air. He did not retreat at all. Instead, he raised his head slightly and looked down arrogantly at Han Mie, who had fallen to the ground. Han Mie, what do you think? Was it a competition of physical strength or cultivation? You can choose. Xiaoyang crossed his arms in front of his chest and said arrogantly, Young master is awesome. My lord is mighty. Martial nephew, don't be so pretentious. You might get struck by lightning. Chapter 950. Long Nu, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, Qi Yan, Shi Chuanshan, and the others were all excited. The eyes of the 12 sect masters and the members of the 12 great sects also lit up as they looked at Xiaoyang with passion. At this moment, Xiaoyang was like an invincible god of war. He was deeply imprinted in their hearts and became their spiritual pillar. As long as Xiaoyang was there, the North Pole town would not be harmed. Bastard! Han Mie, who had fallen to the ground, roared. His expression was furious and his face was ferocious. His eyes were full of hatred and resentment. He struggled and wanted to stand up and fight Xiaoyang. However, he was enraged. Coupled with the accumulation of his injuries, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. He also began to weaken. He collapsed on the ground and could only stare unwillingly and clench his fists. At this moment, he no longer had the ability to fight, be it in terms of cultivation or the strength of his flesh. He was defeated by Xiaoyang. This was why the natives of the North Pole town were cheering. Lord Yi Inglong, Lord Yi Chongqing, Han Long, and the others only felt bitter. They had been captured by Xiaoyang. They had hoped that Qin Yan and Han Mie would come to save them. Unfortunately, Han Mie had been defeated and Qin Yan was held back by Tian Yaozi. There was no hope of being rescued. The followers of the Yi family and the Han family were all gritting their teeth and glaring at Xiaoyang. Han Mie, are you still not going to submit? Xiaoyang walked down from the void and landed in front of Han Mie. He stared coldly at Han Mie. Looking at Han Mie's fearless expression, Xiaoyang coldly snorted and revealed his killing intent. Then he raised his hand and gave Han Mie a few slaps. Han Mie's teeth flew out and more blood flowed out. Xiaoyang snorted and did not care about Han Mie at all. He said coldly, You have no choice. Your life is in my hands. He slowly raised his hand. His palm contained a shocking power. He was ready to kill Han Mie. The powerful followers that Han Mie had brought with him were glaring at Xiaoyang with bloodshot eyes. They couldn't take it anymore and couldn't care less. If they didn't act now, Han Mia would kill Xiaoyang. Stop, bastard! Stop, bastard! Xiaoyang, give me your life. In an instant, several fourth-stage Wu Zun's followers charged at Xiaoyang. They were all powerful figures that Han Mia had brought with him from the Han family. Their killing intent was awe-inspiring, and their momentum was overbearing as they entered the opening. However, Xiaoyang did not look at them in the eye. He merely laughed coldly and mocked. Han Long, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking? Do you want to die? As Xiaoyang shouted, he took out a soul blood pill and crushed it. Ah! A scream was heard. One of the Han family's captives died on the spot. Han Long and the others had handed over their soul blood. It was equivalent to handing over their lives to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had complete control over their lives. Now, Xiaoyang planned to use them to fight against the Han family. The captive of the Han clan that he had just killed was one of those who had second thoughts, and his mind was wavering. Since he was a captive, he should act like a captive. Since he called Xiaoyang Lord, he should act like a servant. Xiaoyang did not plan to use them. He did not want them to kill each other. He did not want to embarrass them. That was why he fought Han Mia alone. However, since Han Mia's followers did not care about the rules, Xiaoyang did not have to worry so much. Let them kill each other. That was their choice. Yes, Lord. Han Long and the other captives responded. They unleashed their cultivation and rushed up to stop Steward Han and the others. The two sides exchanged blows. There were casualties. Steward Han and the others slowed down their attacks. Han Long, how dare you stop me? Are you from the Han family? Steward Han, who came with Han Mia, was furious. He shouted and glared at Han Long and the others. Han Long looked bitter and said helplessly, Old Steward, we have no choice. Our lives are in Xiaoyang's hands. What else can we do? Do you really want us to die? Yes, Old Steward. Xiaoyang and the Great Ancestor are fighting one-on-one. We don't want to see the Great Ancestor fail, but we don't want to die either. Old Housekeeper, please stop. Once you attack, we can only stop you with our lives. If we don't attack, Xiaoyang will kill us. In order to save ourselves, in order to protect ourselves, we can only stop you. Steward Han and the others were furious. He pointed at them with trembling fingers and said angrily, You! Sigh, he was angry for a long time and didn't know what to say. In the end, he sighed heavily. Xiaoyang couldn't be bothered to look at them. His gaze fell on Han Mia. He said coldly, Han Mia, you're just going to watch your Han family kill each other without saying a word? Are you going to watch your Han family fall? If you fall, the Han family will have no place in the North Pole City. Han Mia was furious. As one of the top 10 experts in the North Pole City, he was defeated by Xiaoyang. Now he was being humiliated by Xiaoyang. He was so ashamed that he wanted to die, especially when he thought of the consequences. It was simply unimaginable. The Han family's patriarch, Han Fei, had already perished. The Han family's next successor, Han Li, had also perished. Most of the Han family's elders and upper echelons of the Han family had also perished. Only a few of the Han family's stewards remained. Now that they had also fallen here, the Han clan would only exist in name. How could the old, young, and women of the North Pole City resist the humiliation of the other forces? The consequences of the family's destruction were too severe. Stop! Although Han Mia resented Xiaoyang, he could only suppress his hatred for the time being and roar fiercely at them. He was really angry now. In the inconspicuous battlefield of the North Pole City, they had suffered such great losses. Even he, the Han family's patriarch, had fallen here. He couldn't vent his anger on Xiaoyang, so he could only vent it on Steward Han, Han Long, and the others. I'm not dead yet. Did I ask you to attack me? Han Mia glared at them angrily, his eyes filled with endless fury. Patriarch! Steward Han, Han Long, and the other captives all bowed and lowered their heads to Han Mia, their faces filled with guilt. Slap your faces for me. Wake up! Han Mia, snorted coldly, his temperament cold. What? My words are not effective? Seeing that they had no intention of attacking, Han Mia roared fiercely. Yes. Steward Han, Han Long, and the others couldn't disobey and responded. Chapter 951. Then they reached out and slapped themselves hard. Their cheeks were swollen and burning with pain, but they didn't make a sound. Humph! Han Mia snorted when he saw them slap themselves. Then he ordered coldly, "Stand down." Butler Han and the others hesitated for a while, then frowned and retreated. As they retreated, they glared at Han Long and the other traitors. If Han Long and the other traitors hadn't stopped them, they would have already subdued Xiaoyang. They had several stage 4 Wu Zun cultivators. Han Long and the others retreated one after another, their faces filled with guilt. They were originally from the Han family. It was a pity that they were captured by Xiaoyang. What else could they do to save their lives? Han Mia saw that Han Long, Butler Han, and the others had all retreated and heaved a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't kill each other. He stared at Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, they have all retreated. Now you can state your demands and conditions." As the saying goes, one doesn't start a war without benefits. This benefit could be money, power, sex, or some kind of inner need or goal. Xiaoyang's lips curled up. There was a faint pride on his face. He said proudly, "Let me ask you, do you admit defeat? Do you want to fight again? If you don't, let's continue." Only after Han Mia was completely defeated would he be able to state his conditions. Han Mia snorted. As proud as he was, he could only bow his head and submit. "I've lost. I'm no match for you. Just tell me what you want." Han Mia said fiercely. His heart was filled with hatred, and his expression was filled with unwillingness. He thought that a stage 5 cultivator like Wu Zun had lost to a stage 4 cultivator like Wu Zun. One could imagine how unwilling and helpless he was. Xiaoyang blinked and said slowly, "I can let Han Long and the others go. I can let the Han family leave safely. However, since you've lost to me, you'll be my slave for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll return your freedom. How about that?" You can dream on. Han Mia roared in his heart. He was the ancestor of the Han clan, the leader of one of the top 10 forces in the North Pole City. Now he was reduced to being a slave to someone else. How could he accept this? How miserable was his ending. But if he didn't agree, he would die. Han Long and the others would kill Butler Han and the others. The Han family would cease to exist, and the women and children of the Han family in North Pole City would be humiliated by other forces. These consequences were too terrifying. A first-rate aristocratic family might look very glorious, but once it fell, many of its own kind would crazily pounce on it to snatch its meat. I can make a blood oath, but I can't give you my soul blood. After pondering for a long time, Han Mia made this decision. Handing over the soul blood was equivalent to handing over one's life. Although he couldn't break the blood oath, it was still better than handing over his soul blood. At least he would still be alive. Xiaoyang hesitated. After thinking for a while, he said, "If it's just a blood oath, I can only promise to spare your life and let Butler Han and the others go. But Han Long and the other captives are destined to be used by me, and you will also be used by me. Think carefully." Because the blood oath was not as important as the soul blood, Xiaoyang naturally couldn't pay a huge price. Han Long and the others were a group of experts. If he could keep them as thugs and cannon fodder, why would he let them go? However, the soul blood was different. It was equivalent to controlling the other party's life. Even if he let Han Long and the others go, he wasn't afraid that the Han family would mess around. "I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll reduce the original 10 years by half and let you be a slave for 5 years. Xiaoyang knew that Han Mia was a person with integrity and dignity. If he hurt his pride too much, it might turn against him. At that time, both sides would suffer. Han Mia didn't resist anymore. At least Xiaoyang had made a huge concession, so he had a way out. Okay, this old man agrees. He made his decision. Ancestor, Steward Han Long, and the others couldn't help but shout. Their expressions were filled with unwillingness. Making a dignified ancestor Xiaoyang's slave was simply a humiliation to the Han family. However, what else could they do? Things had already developed to this point. Stop arguing. I've made up my mind. Han Mie shouted at Steward Han Long and the others. Then he took out a drop of soul blood from his forehead and handed it to Xiaoyang. After Xiaoyang took it, he took out the soul blood of Han Long and the other captives from his storage ring and returned it to them. He said, Han Long, you're free. This is your soul blood. Take it. Han Long and the others who were captured by Xiaoyang looked at the soul blood in front of them and couldn't help but cry. Han Mie had sacrificed too much for them. Ancestor. They choked with sobs and knelt on the ground, shouting at Han Mie. Han Mie sighed and turned around. He didn't want to see them crying. He said, Han Long, Steward Han, the Han family depends on you from now on. Han Fei, Han Li, and the others are no longer here. You can return to the North Pole City. Ancestor, Steward Han Long, and the others cried again. They knelt a few steps forward, their eyes red. Everyone couldn't bear to watch the scene. Go! Han Mie suddenly roared. His expression was a little ferocious, but his expression was resolute and determined. Yes, ancestor. Take care. Steward Han Mie, and the others stood up, wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes, then turned and left. Xiaoyang comforted Han Mie, saying, Han Mie, 5 years will pass in the blink of an eye. As long as you're here, the Han family will not fall. I can promise you that if the Han family is in danger of being exterminated, I'll let you go back to help. I can even send people to help you. When Han Mie heard this promise, he was stunned for a moment. Then he said gratefully, Thank you, Master. He thought that he would have to work like a horse for Xiaoyang for the next 5 years. He did not expect Xiaoyang to be so easy to talk to. This surprised him a little. Master, since Qingyun is also here to offend you and harm you, why don't we capture him and make him your slave? Han Mie quickly got into his role. He sacrificed himself for Xiaoyang's sake. Xiaoyang laughed heartily. He was very happy. This was exactly what he was thinking. Since Han Mie had already submitted, then only Qingyun was left. Previously, when Qingyun and Han Mie joined forces, Xiaoyang found it difficult to deal with. Now that there was only one Qingyun, Xiaoyang had nothing to worry about. Moreover, Han Mie had already joined Xiaoyang's side. Han Mie had his own personal reasons for making this suggestion. After all, Han Mie and Qingyun's alliance was only temporary. They still had an irreconcilable feud of life and death. This feud had lasted for hundreds of years. Since Han Mie had already fallen to the point of becoming Xiaoyang's servant, then Yi Qingyun would definitely not have a good ending. Otherwise, Han Mie's heart would be unbalanced. It was like two people standing at the starting line and racing. If one person ran faster, then the slower person would be unhappy. However, if the faster person also slowed down, then the slower person would feel better. Chapter 952. Even if he wasn't doing well, he couldn't bear to see others doing well. That was how Han Mie felt at this moment. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianqian, Qi Yan Long Nu, the 12 sect leaders, and Shi Chuanshan all looked at Xiaoyang with excitement. Their eyes were filled with joy as they clenched their fists. None of them had expected that the originally extremely dangerous situation would evolve into a situation where there were only benefits and no disadvantages for them. They also didn't expect the Han clan's ancestor, Han Mie, to submit to Xiaoyang and be Xiaoyang's servant. This made the 12 sect leaders, as well as Sun Sovereign and the others from the lower realm, feel proud. Not everyone was qualified to be subdued by Xiaoyang. Look, even the 5th Order Marshal Honorable Han Mie had submitted to him. This made the 2nd Order Marshal Honorables and 2nd Order Marshal Honorables feel proud. On the other hand, Yi Gongchengking, Yi Gonginglong, and the others were embarrassed. They were the ones who captured Han Long and the others with their help. Now Han Long and the others were free, while they were still under Xiaoyang's control. Qing Yan's current situation was even worse. He had Han Mie as a temporary ally before, but now that Han Mie submitted to Xiaoyang, Qing Yan was all alone. He also had to face the counterattack of Han Mie and Xiaoyang, not to mention Tian Yaozi's suppression of Qing Yan. This meant that Qing Yan had to fight all three of them at once. He didn't have the guts to fight all three of them at once. He wasn't an adventurous person like Xiaoyang. He always pursued stability. If he were to really start a war with the three Almighties, he would most likely die. Back in the North Pole City, it wasn't that Yi Qingyan hadn't fought with Han Mie before. However, both sides were evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. This led to the coexistence of the two great clans. Otherwise, they would have started a clan war long ago. Yi Qingyan, prepare to die. Han Mie stood beside Xiaoyang and roared fiercely at Qing Yan. Xiaoyang didn't stop him, which was equivalent to tacit approval. Regarding the grudges between the Yi family and the Han family, Xiaoyang more or less understood a little. If Qing Yan was taken down by Han Mie, Xiaoyang would be happy to see it happen. But Han Mie had been badly injured in the fight, and he was no match for Qing Yan. But it was fine. Xiaoyang was there, and so was Tian Yao. Han Mie, you trash traitor. You can't even deal with Xiaoyang, and now you're pointing your gun at me? Qing Yan Yi snorted coldly. His expression was unkind, and he was in a terrible mood. When he dared to join forces with Han Mie, he was in high spirits. He thought that the North Pole town was under his control. Even if Tian Yao Prince intervened, he would not be afraid. But he really didn't expect Han Mie to be so spineless. He betrayed him and even wanted to turn against him. How infuriating. Tian Yao Prince smiled faintly, adjusted his straw raincoat, and said calmly, Qing Yan, you have no choice. Don't waste time. The reason he attacked Qing Yan was because Xiaoyang promised him that he could take Lu Qinghe, Lin Fan, and the others away. Now that the situation had changed, and he had Han Mie and Xiaoyang, two powerful figures, taking down Qing Yan would be a piece of cake. As long as he took care of Qing Yan, he would fulfill his promise to Xiaoyang, and he could take them away without any guilt. So he was in a hurry. Qing Yan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The Yi family members behind him were the same. They all looked nervous and dignified. Tian Yao Prince was hard enough to deal with, not to mention the troublesome Han Mie and Xiaoyang, who was even stronger than Han Mie. They had to admit that Xiaoyang was too awesome. He even defeated Han Mie. It seemed that defeating Qing Yan would not be a problem. Qing Yan and the others had no confidence in fighting. Xiaoyang, let's leave immediately and pretend that this never happened, okay? Qing Yan looked at Xiaoyang helplessly. He had also suffered a great loss coming to this place. If he went back with his tail between his legs, he would be laughed at by many people. Being laughed at was secondary. The most important thing was that he did not even know if he could leave this place. Yi Qingyan only felt very sad and sorrowful. It would be difficult to go back and be laughed at. One look at Xiaoyang, and he knew that he was a ruthless person. You came to invade me and failed, so you want to leave as if nothing happened. If I were the one invading your Yi family and failed, would I be able to leave unscathed? Xiaoyang asked calmly. There was a playful look in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. There was no need to answer such a question. Everyone knew the answer. If anyone dared to invade the Yi family, they would be dealt with by the Yi family members before they even reached the door, especially the townsfolk of a remote area like the North Pole town. So, there's no room for negotiation. Qing Yan frowned with a gloomy expression. Was there a need to say it? There was definitely no room for negotiation. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Han Mie also sneered with a sarcastic smile. Tian Yao Prince was ready to make a move again. Qin Yanyi was a little nervous, facing 3 powerful figures alone. He did not want to fight and asked again, Xiao Yangyi, what do you want? Just say it. He was ready to negotiate with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang Yi said bluntly, you can let Yi Changqing, Yi Yinglong, and the others go, but you have to submit to me for 5 years, and you will be treated the same as Han Mie. If you don't agree, Yi Changqing, Yi Yinglong, and the others will kill each other. I don't think you want to see the Yi family kill each other. These words directly touched Qin Ye's heart. He really did not want to see such a situation happen. This is only secondary. I, Xiaoyang Yi, and Han Mie will not let you leave so easily. At most, we will fight and destroy the Yi family. As for the women and children of the Yi family in the North Pole City, I don't care. Whether they will be bullied by other forces is your business. Xiaoyang Yi continued to explain. This was a disguised danger to let Qin Yanyi and the others know how powerful it was. There was a precedent of Han Mie being a slave. Even if Qin Yanyi chose to be a slave, it would not be embarrassing. Qin Yanyi sighed and said, I can give you my soul blood. After saying this, he seemed to have aged a few years. Patriarch. The Yi family people shouted unwillingly. Yi Gong Changqing, Yi Gong Yinglong, and the others also shouted, their voices containing sorrow. Qin Yanyi shook his head and said, don't say any more. This is the only way. Go back and manage the family well. As the patriarch of the Yi family, he was experienced and knew that it would be difficult to get out of this situation. Only Xiaoyang Yi was magnanimous and easy to talk to. If it was him, he would have killed until rivers of blood flowed. He took out the soul blood and gave it to Xiaoyang Yi. Chapter 953. Xiaoyang looked at the soul blood in front of him and smiled. He knew that Qin Yan would make the right choice. He reached out and kept Qin Yan's soul blood in his storage ring. He then released the soul blood of Yi Gong Changqing, Yi Gong Yinglong, and the 3 elders of the Yi clan. He said indifferently, Yi Gong Changqing, Yi Gong Yinglong, take your soul blood and leave this place. Yi Changqing, Yi Yinglong, and the others knew that this was the price that Qin Yan had paid for their freedom. They couldn't help but be moved to tears. After taking the soul blood, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Qin Yan. Yi Qin Yan was sad. He didn't expect that after being smart for his whole life, he would become someone else's servant. If that person was strong, it would be fine. But it turned out that person was weaker than him. He couldn't accept it, but he had no other choice. Let's go. Yi Qin Yan called out softly and then closed his eyes. His expression was filled with despair. As one of the top 10 families of the North Pole City, he had no one to blame but himself for being too careless. Old ancestor. Yi Yinglong, Yi Changqing, and the others called out reluctantly. Yi Qin Yan ignored them. After kneeling for a while, they could only sigh and leave. Master. After the Yi family left, Yi Qin Yan, the leader of the Yi family, came to Xiaoyang and bowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang laughed heartily and became even happier. He said, Yi Qin Yan, you are very good. Don't worry. Your time limit is the same as Han Mie's. 5 years. I will return your freedom in 5 years. Thank you, Master. Yi Qin Yan cupped his fists again to express his gratitude. Tian Yao Zi, thank you. Xiaoyang cupped his fists and bowed to Tian Yao Zi. Tian Yao Zi smiled and said, Xiaoyang, you are indeed a hero. You don't need to thank me. I did it for myself. Lin Fan, Qing He, let's go. Tian Yao Zi called out to Lu Qinghe and Lin Fan and prepared to leave. Lu Qinghe and Lin Fan were the top leaders of the Blood Demon Mercenary Group and the Blood Demon Mercenary Group. They were originally Tian Yao Zi's left and right subordinates. The 2 mercenary groups were originally just one faction under Tian Yao Zi's control. Now that Tian Yao Prince had returned, they naturally returned to his embrace. Yes, boss. Let's go. Lu Qinghe and Lin Fan were both excited. They could finally fight with Tian Yao Zi again. They called out to their subordinates and left with Tian Yao Zi. Xiao Yang were mercenaries. If you have any missions, you can look for me. Tianyao Zi said after walking a distance away. After all, he was a businessman. Now that he had people, he didn't mind expanding his business. He casually gave Xiao Yang a communication jade slip. Xiao Yang saw a beam of light flying over from afar. He immediately stretched out his hand and caught it. Although he might not need this jade slip, it was better to keep it just in case. No matter what, Tianyao Zi was still Wu Zun's rank 5 expert. Moreover, he valued friendship and honor. If there was a mission in the future, it would be a good thing to cooperate with him again. Come, let's return to the Blood Demon restaurant. Our victory should be celebrated. The group returned to the Blood Demon restaurant. Han Mie and Yi Qingyan, the two Wu Zun's rank 5 experts, followed behind. This made Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoye, Long Nu, Qi Yan, and the others excited. Along the way, many people even stole glances at Han Mie and Yi Qingyan. They wanted to see what these peerless experts looked like. In the past, if anyone dared to look at Han Mie and Yi Qingyan like this, they would definitely be beaten to death. But now that Yi Qingyun and Han Mie were willing to follow Xiao Yang, they couldn't be bothered with such glances. In the Blood Demon restaurant, Xiao Yang and the others drank happily. They drank and drank for an entire day. The next day, Xiao Yang gathered his confidants and stewards and announced he will be leaving the North Pole town for the Jigo sect. The town will be temporarily under the care of Qi Yan, the 12 sect leaders, and the others. Han Mie and Yi Qingyan will be in charge of the town's safety. As soon as this decision was made, everyone was stunned. The situation in the North Pole town was looking good, but Xiao Yang was leaving? What was the meaning of this? Thus, the 12 sect leaders frantically tried to persuade him to stay, even declaring that they would go with Xiao Yang. Wherever Xiao Yang went, they would follow. Han Mie and Yi Qingyan were also shocked. They stared at Xiao Yang in shock, but they didn't refute Xiao Yang's arrangements. They were already prisoners and had promised to follow Xiao Yang for 5 years. No matter what Xiao Yang said, they could only obey. On the other hand, Qi Yan and the others from the Poison sect quickly calmed down after their initial shock. They all knew that the Poison sect superior was the Jigo sect. Xiao Yang had only come to the Middle Stream realm because of the Jigo sect summons. This was an order from a superior sect to a subordinate one. The Poison sect couldn't defy it. However, Xiao Yang had stayed in the North Pole town for quite some time. It was time to move. Xiao Yang comforted the 12 sect leaders and told them to wait in the North Pole town. Once they were done, Xiao Yang would naturally return. Only then did he manage to convince the 12 sect leaders. Xiao Yang gave Qi Yan and the others a lot of instructions. After all, he wanted to be closer to them. In any case, Xiao Yang had already made all the necessary arrangements. Qi Yan and the 12 sect leaders were in charge of the internal affairs, and Yi Qingyun and Han Mie, the 2 5th-grade Wu Zun powerhouses, were guarding the North Pole town. After all, the Blood Demon mercenaries, the Yi clan, and the Han clan had all been defeated. The remaining 8 powers wouldn't dare to rashly invade. Xiao Yang left the North Pole town with Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and Long Nu, heading for the Jigo sect's territory. At the same time, Shi Chuangshan, Shi Chuangkong, and the others left as well. It was these 5 who had acted righteously and saved Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaoye, and Long Nu. Otherwise, they would have been ruined by Han Li. Fellow Daoist Shi, I greatly admire your chivalrous deeds. I'll leave it to you to sweep away the foul qi of the world. Farewell. Xiao Yang cupped his fists in salute to Shi Chuangshan, Shi Chuangkong, and the others. Big brother Shi, thank you for saving us. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and Long Nu also saluted Shi Chuangshan and the others. Shi Chuangshan, Shi Chuangkong, and the others felt somewhat embarrassed. They laughed in embarrassment and said, Senior Xiao Yang, young ladies, we only acted righteously and benevolently for our own Dao. You don't need to thank us. We'll be taking our leave. After saying their goodbyes, they left in different directions. Previously, Shi Chuangshan, Shi Chuangkong, and the others had acted righteously and offended Han Li. They were worried that the Han clan would seek revenge, so they entered the North Pole town. Now that the Han clan had been dealt with and the Han clan ancestor had been subdued by Xiaoyang, they no longer had any misgivings and were about to leave. Their hearts belonged to the entire world, not the small North Pole town. Chapter 954. Cousin, you said you wanted to take down North Pole City. On the ship, Lan Jiaye glanced at Xiaoyang and smiled. Gu Qianshan covered her mouth and laughed. Dragoness was serving tea to the side. Xiaoyang chuckled and said calmly, Master's wife, Master, and the poison sex brothers haven't all arrived yet. Taking down North Pole City will only bring harm and no benefits. That's why we're delaying it. With North Pole City as their base, it's enough for the poison sex brothers to settle down and cultivate. Xiaoyang explained. They were only in North Pole City and had Han Mie and Yi Qingyan's protection. The other factions would have to think twice before making a move. However, if Xiaoyang's group fought their way into North Pole City and took root there, the situation would be different. They would definitely be attacked and harassed by the other factions. In that case, Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to leave easily. Now was the perfect time to leave. Several days passed by. Xiaoyang's group arrived at the Jigo sect's territory. Because they were summoned by the Jigo sect, they smoothly arrived at Aurora City. They settled down in Aurora City. Tomorrow they would head to Aurora Mountain and enter the Jigo sect to pay their respects to the sect master. Xiaoyang, 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation left Aurora Mountain and found Xiaoyang with excited expressions. They had gone to the lower realm as envoys of the Jigo sect and had interacted with Xiaoyang before, so they were familiar with each other. The poison sect master and the others had instructed them to take care of Xiaoyang. After all, the middle realm was different from the lower realm. For this, the poison sect master had paid a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Now that Xiaoyang had arrived at the middle realm of Aurora City, as disciples of the Jigo sect, they naturally had to come down to meet him. So its senior brothers, 1,000 Lu and 1,000 Desolation. Junior brother greets senior brothers. Xiaoyang hurriedly bowed to 3,000 Desolation and 3,000 Lu with a friendly smile. These two fellows weren't bad, at least much better than San Qianji. Xiaoyang didn't mind getting to know them. According to the rules of the cultivation world, the one with the higher cultivation was the boss. With Xiaoyang and Wu Zun's cultivation of the 4th stage, they could completely crush the 3,000 stream and 3,000 Desolation. However, Xiaoyang would not go so far as to reveal his cultivation to intimidate them. After all, he had a good impression of these two people. Xiaoyang, come with us to the Aurora Mountain. 3,000 stream looked a little anxious. It was the same for the 3,000 Desolation. Xiaoyang couldn't help but frown. Something big must have happened, causing everyone to panic. Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan were also nervous. What happened? Senior Marshal brothers, why are you so anxious? Xiaoyang asked in confusion. 3,000 stream sighed and explained, Xiaoyang, you don't know. In the lower realm, you angered Senior Marshal brother 3,000 G. He has been waiting to take revenge on you. Come with us to the Aurora Mountain. At least in the Aurora Mountain, they won't dare to act recklessly. After all, there was a difference between the Aurora City and the Aurora Mountain. The Aurora City was at the foot of the Aurora Mountain. It was a city. The Aurora Mountain was where the Jigo sect was located. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they would have to be careful. The rules of the sect were not to be broken. Why don't we go, cousin? Lan Jiaye also felt that things were a little troublesome and advised Xiaoyang. After all, it was his first time here. If he could cause less trouble, it would be better. One must know that the Jigo sect had many capable people. Wu Zun's 3rd stage disciples were everywhere. Wu Zun's 4th and 5th stage disciples were definitely not lacking. and Xiaoyang's cultivation wasn't strong enough to fight against the heavens, earth, and air. So, if 3,000 G brought a powerhouse, Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to handle it. All right, let's go. Then, I'll have to trouble Senior Marshal Brother Qianlu and Senior Marshal Brother Qianhuang. Xiaoyang said slowly. Actually, Xiaoyang didn't want to leave. If he left, it would mean that he had compromised with 3,000 G. But since 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation were so concerned, it wouldn't be good to reject their good intentions. Just as they were about to leave the inn, 3,000 G arrived with his men. Yo, Junior Marshal Brother Qianlu and Junior Marshal Brother Qianhuang, you're all here. 3,000 G sneered. The corner of his mouth curled up and he had a playful expression. Greetings, Senior Marshal Brother. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation hurriedly bowed to 3,000 G. In the Jigo sect, rules were everything. Seniority and seniority must be distinguished. Thus, no matter how much 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation disliked 3,000 G, they could only lower their heads in greeting. Greetings. Senior Marshal Brother isn't here for you, but for Xiaoyang. It's rare for Xiaoyang to come to the Jigo sect. Senior Marshal Brother should take good care of them. 3,000 G's gaze landed on Xiaoyang, his eyes filled with venom and hatred. Back in the lower realm, Xiaoyang had humiliated him one by one. He didn't dare forget it for even a second. Now that Xiaoyang had finally arrived, he was going to crush Xiaoyang's army and kill Xiaoyang. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation had long known of 3,000 G's vicious intentions. Now that 3,000 G was about to make a move on Xiaoyang, they were very worried. Senior Marshal Brother, this Xiaoyang was summoned by the sect. Why don't we wait for him to arrive first? 3,000 Stream furrowed his brows and asked tentatively. After all, he'd accepted the poison sect's cultivation resources and owed them a favor. Naturally, he wanted to protect Xiaoyang. However, 3,000 G didn't dare to give the two of them face. After hearing their pleas, he snorted coldly, and his expression turned icy. His eyes flashed with viciousness as he spat. Junior Marshal Brothers, if he's not your Junior Marshal Brother, don't get involved. You'll only make trouble for yourself. This put 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation in an awkward position. They looked awkwardly at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang bowed gratefully to 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation. Senior Marshal Brothers, this is a grudge between 3,000 G and I. Thank you for your help, but let me do it myself. At least you know what's good for you and have guts. Xiaoyang, based on your words, I've decided to give you a dignified death. As for your woman, don't worry, I'll take care of her for you. 3,000 G chuckled. Then he turned to 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation. Junior Marshal Brothers, Qianlu and Qianhuang, did you hear that? Xiaoyang wants to take it on by himself. If there's nothing else, you can leave. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation sighed and could only walk further away. Xiaoyang, you humiliated me in the lower realm, causing me to lose my dignity and dignity. You even hurt my self-esteem. Now it's time for you to pay for it. 3,000 G waved his hand, and the two old men who followed him immediately understood. They began to guard the entrance of the inn and even created a barrier. They probably didn't want what was about to happen to leak out. Xiaoyang blinked and didn't care at all. The two old men were probably 3,000 G servants. Their cultivation levels were Wu Zun 4th stage. Although 3,000 G's cultivation had improved during this period, he still hadn't broken through his original cultivation level. He was still Wu Zun 3rd stage. Therefore, Xiaoyang had the courage to fight. 3,000 G. How do you want to pay for it? Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and looked calmly at 3,000 G. When he was in the lower realm, Xiaoyang wasn't afraid of 3,000 G. Now that he was in the middle realm, he wasn't afraid either. Chapter 955. 3,000 G harumphed and lifted his head. His expression was haughty as he looked at Xiaoyang with disdain. Do you even need to ask? Of course you'll kneel down and apologize to me. Then you'll be crippled of your cultivation and get the hell out of the middle stream realm. As for your women, I'll take care of them. He glanced at Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan. These two girls are pretty good looking. It wouldn't be a bad idea to marry them as concubines. Qianshan, Jiaoye, if you marry me, 3,000 G, will take care of you. Our clan is a middle stream realm clan. We have enough cultivation resources for you. 3,000 G smiled at Gu Qianshan and Lan Jiaoye. Humph! Gu Qianshan and Lan Jiaoye snorted, their beautiful brows furrowed. Don't even think about it, you shameless bastard. Lan Jiaoye didn't hide her disgust for 3,000 G. She'd rather die than marry someone like him. 3,000 G ignored Lan Jiaoye. His gaze once again fell upon Xiaoyang. He sneered and said, What do you think? Xiaoyang, have you thought it through? I don't have time to wait for you. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't apologize for what happened before, I'll personally seek justice. He put himself in the position of being the victim. Back in the lower stream realm, he was the one who was overbearing and oppressing others. If Xiaoyang wasn't strong enough back then, he would have killed all of his subordinates and even implicated the poison sect. After being humiliated, 3,000 G didn't reflect on his mistakes. Instead, he blamed everything on Xiaoyang. Now he even brought his own experts to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Xiaoyang remained calm. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. 3,000 G, go ahead. He was fearless. Xiaoyang, you can't. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation gave Xiaoyang a look, hoping Xiaoyang wouldn't act rashly. But Xiaoyang still refused. This made them anxious, and they couldn't help but advise Xiaoyang. You too, you can leave now. Otherwise, I'll get someone to throw you out. 3,000 Extreme coldly glared at 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation, snorting coldly with an unfriendly expression. 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation had ugly expressions as they hesitated. While they were hesitating, 3,000 G shouted once more, Are you not going to listen to senior brother? You don't even care about the sex rules? Humph! He gestured at the servant he had brought with him. The servant had Wu Zun's cultivation at the 4th stage. He immediately released a terrifying aura and grabbed at the 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation. Under the effect of his cultivation, he instantly threw out the 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation. 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation cried out in pain after being thrown out of the door. Xiaoyang, you were lucky in the last battle. This time, you won't be so lucky. If I do it personally, you'll definitely die. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I don't think I'll let you go. Prepare to die. 3,000 Extreme snorted coldly. Then he erupted with the power of law and instantly attacked Xiaoyang. When he was in the lower stage, he had once fought with Xiaoyang but was defeated by Xiaoyang. After returning to the middle stage, he had been cultivating day and night. He had always wanted to wash away this shame. Now he finally had the chance. He would definitely seize this opportunity to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Xiaoyang waved his hand and also released the power of law. He made Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoye, and Long Nu step back. Then he fought with 3,000 Extreme. In the end, it was not suitable to use destructive martial skills. It was all close combat. Even in close combat, their every move contained a shocking amount of the power of laws. Every time they collided, a shocking shockwave would erupt and sweep out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. The more they fought, the more flustered 3,000 Extreme became. His expression changed, and his eyes were filled with fear and shock. He did not expect Xiaoyang to grow so quickly. His combat strength had increased so quickly. Just now, Xiaoyang's combat strength had increased by several times compared to the last time. 3,000 Extreme thought that this time he would be able to severely injure Xiao Yang and wash away his shame. Now, it seemed that the situation had worsened. The two powerhouses he brought with him were also watching with their eyelids twitching. They were worried that 3,000 Extreme would be injured. Boom! After the two exchanged more than 100 moves, 3,000 Extreme was still no match for Xiaoyang. He was directly sent flying by Xiaoyang. 3,000 Extreme's body crashed into many tables and chairs, causing them to shatter. Finally, he smashed into the wall and stopped flying. He slid down the wall and fell to the ground. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he struggled to stand up. He glared fiercely at Xiaoyang and said crazily, "Impossible, this is impossible. You're just a lower realm trash. How can you defeat me?" He could not believe it. In fact, Xiaoyang had held back a lot of his strength. Otherwise, Xiaoyang could easily crush 3,000 Extreme. Xiaoyang could even defeat Wu Zun, a stage 5 powerhouse, let alone a stage 3 powerhouse like Wu Zun. 3,000 Extreme. 3,000 Extreme with your insignificant strength. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. You're bullying others, arrogant and conceited. Do you still not know your mistake? Xiaoyang looked at 3,000 Extreme mockingly. Bastard, do you think you can teach this young master a lesson? If there's anything wrong, it's your fault. Die. 3,000 Extreme almost went crazy. The anger in his chest seemed to be about to explode. He roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Xiaoyang, I'm arrogant and conceited. This young master has the right to be conceited. Now, I'll let you know how to write the word death. 3,000 Extreme roared again and again. He was very unwilling. He knew that he was no match for Xiaoyang, but it did not matter. Battles in this day and age were no longer personal battles. They were battles between forces. He gestured to Zhuijingnu and said, "Go, take him down and cripple his cultivation. This young master wants him to suffer a fate worse than death." "Yes, young master." Zhuijingnu responded and slowly walked toward Xiaoyang. He was very powerful. It could be seen from his attack on 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation. 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation were Wu Zun stage 3 experts. But in the hands of Zhuijingnu, they were as weak as ants and were directly sent flying. In the eyes of Zhuijingnu and 3,000 Extreme, this Xiaoyang must be an easy opponent. It should be effortless. "Xiaoyang, do you want to do it yourself or let this old man do it? If this old man does it, you won't have a good bone to eat." Zhuijingnu, a stage 4 expert of Wu Zun stage 3, said coldly. The corners of his mouth curved into a cruel smile. Anyone who offended 3,000 Extreme would be killed. 3,000 Extreme's dignity was not to be challenged. Xiaoyang was fearless. Wu Zun stage 4 giants had been defeated by him. Why would he put Zhuijingnu in his eyes? "Your young master is trash, do you know that?" Xiaoyang sneered. Chapter 956. Xiaoyang's mockery made San Qianji embarrassed. "Xiaoyang, what's the use of your words? You're destined to fall in my hands." San Qianji roared fiercely with a ferocious expression. "Zhuijingnu, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for him to mock me?" San Qianji couldn't stand Xiaoyang's mockery and directly roared at Zhuijingnu. Zhuijingnu snorted coldly and stopped talking to Xiaoyang. His powerful aura instantly locked onto Xiaoyang and then he attacked Xiaoyang. They were in an inn, so they had some scruples and didn't use their powerful, destructive martial skills. They still used their physical strength and moves to fight with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang snorted coldly and started fighting with Zhuijingnu again. As the two fought, Xiaoyang showed some signs of weakness, but it wasn't to the point of collapse. At this rate, the two would fight for 3 days and 3 nights without a winner. San Qianji couldn't wait that long. He was very irritable and impatient now. After waiting for an hour, seeing that Zhuijingnu still couldn't beat Xiaoyang, he couldn't help but curse angrily. "Zhuijingnu, trash! You can't even take down Xiaoyang." In his opinion, Xiaoyang was at most at the same level as him. But Zhu Jingnu couldn't take down Xiaoyang. Obviously, he was too useless. Zhu Jingnu's face turned ugly. He had unspeakable bitterness. He suspected that Xiaoyang wasn't Wu Zun's rank 3. In the fight with Xiaoyang, no matter how much strength he used, Xiaoyang was always able to stabilize the situation. Even if he showed signs of weakness, it was just a pretense. This made Zhu Jingnu feel helpless, but it was useless to explain this to San Qianji. After following San Qianji for so many years, he already knew San Qianji's temperament. What San Qianji wanted was the result, not the process. Trash, trash, good for nothing, useless thing. 3,000 Extreme flew into a rage, each of his curses louder than the last. Xiaoyang, you've got guts. Even Zhu Jingnu can't take you down. But do you think this is the end? 3,000 Extreme shouted fiercely. After that, he looked at Slave Right Mirror, who was guarding the door, and instructed, Slave Right Mirror, you go as well. You must capture Xiaoyang and make sure he dies a horrible death. Yes, young master. Slave Right Mirror no longer guarded the door, and he exploded out with law power as he instantly shot toward Xiaoyang. He joined forces with Slave Right Mirror to attack Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, these two servants are geniuses for joint attacks. Even a stage 5 expert like Wu Zun would be wary of their joint strength. A mere stage 3 Wu Zun like you will die soon. 3,000 Ji chuckled and raised his head slightly again, looking at Xiaoyang proudly. He wanted to see Xiaoyang struggle. He wanted to see how Xiaoyang would be killed. No, he wanted Xiaoyang to suffer a fate worse than death. He wanted Xiaoyang to beg him for mercy, and then he would torture him. Xiaoyang blinked and said calmly, 3,000 Extreme, you don't understand the meaning of a genius. Today, I will show you what a genius is. Huh. Xiaoyang roared and no longer held back. He directly released Wu Zun's stage for cultivation, and his shocking aura even suppressed Slave Right Mirror and Slave Left Mirror. He erupted with physical strength, using the law of the physical body to attack wildly. Under his outburst, Slave Right Mirror and Slave Left Mirror were shocked and their eyelids twitched. Xiaoyang's combat strength was indeed too fierce, not inferior to their joint strength at all. It was too terrifying. One had to know that Xiaoyang was still so young. From this point, it could be seen that Xiaoyang was much more outstanding than 3,000 Extreme. Slave Right Mirror was originally guarding the door to prevent 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation from causing trouble. After he left, 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation entered the inn again and saw Xiaoyang fighting Slave Left Mirror and Slave Right Mirror alone. For a moment, they couldn't help but be stunned. Their eyes widened and their mouths dropped. They felt that it was unbelievable. Heavens! When did Xiaoyang become so strong? When they were in the lower realm, they had seen Xiaoyang before. At that time, Xiaoyang was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. How long had it been? Xiaoyang had advanced to Wu Zun's stage, for faster than them. In terms of cultivation realm, Xiaoyang could crush them, not to mention his combat strength. Just look at how Xiaoyang fought two powerhouses of the same realm. His combat strength was too fierce, too invincible. After watching for a long time, they came back to their senses and swallowed their saliva. 3,000 Extreme also noticed 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation. This time, he didn't open his mouth to chase them away. With a gloomy face, he looked at Xiaoyang, who was fighting Slave Left Mirror and Slave Right Mirror alone. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed in the battle. Neither side had a winner or loser. 3,000 Extremes' gaze fell on Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan. His eyes revealed a vicious light. He sneered and said loudly, Xiaoyang, this young master advises you to admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Xiaoyang naturally ignored him. 3,000 Extreme didn't mind Xiaoyang's disregard and continued, Xiaoyang, now that slave left mirror and slave right mirror are restraining you, aren't Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Lady meat on my chopping board? I'll deal with them however I want. After saying that, 3,000 Extreme once again erupted with the power of law and instantly rushed towards Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Lady. With the cultivation of a third-order martial honorable, it was easy for him to bully 3 weak girls. Ah, 3,000 Extreme, you're courting death. We'd rather die than submit. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Lady's expressions changed greatly. Seeing 3,000 Extreme rushing towards them, they exclaimed and released their cultivation power. Their expressions were resolute as they planned to fight 3,000 Extreme to the death. 3,000 Extreme snorted, and the corner of his mouth curled up. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said with contempt, I advise you to not make any futile resistance. This young master doesn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Evil thief, pervert, die. Lan Jiaoye snorted and directly pulled out her whip to attack 3,000 Extreme. Her whip seemed powerful and flexible, but it was useless against 3,000 Extreme, who was 2 or 3 levels higher. As she pulled out her whip, 3,000 Extreme reached out and grabbed the whip in his hand. I've said it before. Don't make any futile resistance. Can't you just enjoy it? 3,000 Extreme chuckled coldly. Gu Qianshan and Dragon Lady also launched their attacks. However, their attacks were still too weak for 3,000 Extreme. They were all neutralized by 3,000 Extreme, causing the 3 women to retreat. Their faces were pale as they turned pale with fright. Facing a powerful enemy like 3,000 Extreme, they had no way to fight back at all. I've said it before. It's useless for you to struggle. 3,000 Extreme walked towards them step by step. His powerful aura intimidated them. Chapter 9, 57. You don't come over. What do you want? Go away. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan stepped back and stared at 3,000 Ji in fear. They were afraid that 3,000 Ji would do something dirty. 3,000 Ji chuckled with a smug expression and said arrogantly, Isn't it obvious what I'm doing? With you 3 beauties here, what do you think I can do? Despicable, shameless, dirty. This angered Gu Qianshan and Lan Jiaoye. Their faces turned red as they cursed. Just as 3,000 Ji was about to attack Gu Qianshan and Lan Jiaoye, 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation couldn't stand it anymore. They flew up and blocked 3,000 Ji's path. They advised, Senior Brother, let them go. If this gets out, it won't be good for you. They followed the principle of doing things after receiving benefits. Naturally, they couldn't just watch Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan fall into 3,000 Ji's hands. However, 3,000 Ji didn't give them any face. He roared at them, Get out of my way. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation hesitated, but in the end they didn't move. They stood there with firm expressions. This angered 3,000 Ji. In the Jigo sect, seniority has always been important. A junior brother must listen to his senior brother's orders. However, these 2 didn't give him any face. Of course, his face turned ugly. Fine. You want to be enemies with me? 3,000 Ji said angrily, Very well. Since you want to do this, then don't blame me for being merciless. Die. 3,000 Ji roared. His expression was ferocious and his eyes were filled with anger. He then attacked the 2 of them. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation exchanged glances and immediately released their power of the ancient law to stop 3,000 Ji. Senior brother, we're doing this for your own good. Sorry. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation had long found 3,000 Ji an eyesore. In the outside world, this 3,000th peak bullied others with his power and was arrogant and despotic. In the sect, he relied on his seniority to bully others everywhere. Many people had opinions about 3,000 Ji. Now that they had the chance to fight 3,000 Ji, Of course, they wouldn't back down. How dare you? You dare to attack me? You deserve it if I kill you. 3000 G flew into a rage and roared furiously. Although his aura was astonishing and his attacks were ferocious, his stamina was insufficient, and his battle prowess was no longer the same as before. Previously, he had been heavily injured by Xiaoyang and could only use 60% to 70% of his power. As for 3000 Flow and 3000 Desolation, they were both experts at the same level. If the two of them were to join forces, 3000 Extreme wouldn't be able to take them down at all. In fact, he might even be taken down by them. Don't think that in front of outsiders, the 3000 Stream and 3000 Desolation bowed to the 3000 Extreme. That was only to give the 3000 Extreme face. If he didn't give face to 3000 Pole, he could beat 3000 Pole anytime. The three of them fiercely fought. In less than half a cup of tea's time, 3 realms, 3000 Extreme was forced back, and his injuries worsened. Bang! 3000 Extreme was sent flying by the combined attacks of the two. He crashed to the side and coughed out blood. His face was pale and haggard, and his aura was much weaker than before. Senior brother Chenji, why aren't you surrendering? The 3000 Flow and 3000 Desolation snorted coldly after defeating 3000 Polarity. Since he had already fallen out with 3000 Extremes, there was no need for him to be humble and fearful. Do you know the consequences of offending me? 3000 Extreme glared at the two of them and threatened. Everyone knew that 3000 Extreme was from a big family. This family had some influence in the Jigo sect. Offending 3000 Extreme was never a good thing. This was why 3000 Extreme could be so arrogant. 3000 Desolation and 3000 Stream exchanged glances and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Senior brother Chenji, if you force us, we can't do anything. 3000 Stream said slowly. On the other battlefield, Slave Left Mirror and Right Mirror couldn't beat Xiaoyang even after joining forces. Instead, they were beaten by Xiaoyang. They didn't know what strange methods Xiaoyang used, nor did they know why Xiaoyang's physical body was so strong that he could take their attacks head-on and remain unharmed. On the contrary, they were heavily injured. Stop fighting, you two pieces of trash. 3000 Extreme knew that he couldn't take down Xiaoyang today. He snorted coldly and shouted at Slave Left Mirror and Right Mirror with a cold face. Slave Left Mirror and Right Mirror hurriedly separated and retreated a few feet, leaving the battlefield. They didn't want to fight if they could. They were too afraid of Xiaoyang's unpredictable methods. Let's go. 3000 Extreme retreated with Slave Left Mirror and Right Mirror. 3000 Stream, 3000 Desolation. Xiaoyang, just you wait. This young master won't let you have an easy time. Humph. 3000 Extreme didn't forget to threaten Xiaoyang and the others when he reached the door. Xiaoyang blinked and watched 3000 Extreme leave. Actually, Xiaoyang could have kept 3000 Extreme and the other two, but he didn't. If he really killed 3000 Extreme here, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the very least, 3000 Stream and 3000 Desolation would be buried with him. Thank you for your help, senior brothers. Xiaoyang cupped his fists towards 3000 Stream and 3000 Desolation to express his gratitude. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianqian, and Dragon Lady also expressed their gratitude. 3000 Stream chuckled and said, "Don't take to heart. It's just that 3000 Extreme isn't simple. You guys have to be careful." 3000 Desolation said, "Xiaoyang, for safety's sake, come with me to the Aurora Mountain. At least your safety is guaranteed." They had warmly invited him so many times that Xiaoyang couldn't refuse. "All right, then I'll bother you too." Xiaoyang agreed. This made 3000 Stream and 3000 Desolation heave a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiaoyang was willing to follow them to the Aurora Mountain. At least they wouldn't be so stressed. The group left the inn and headed towards the Aurora Mountain. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the area of the Aurora Mountain. In front of them was the entrance of the Jigo sect. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge entrance with the words Jigo sect written on it. There were disciples of the Jigo sect guarding the entrance. 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation easily passed after showing their identities. After going up the Aurora Mountain, 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation brought Xiaoyang and the others to their cave abode. Xiaoyang, you guys can cultivate here in peace. If the sect summons you, I will inform you. 3,000 Stream said slowly. After all, this cave abode was much safer than outside. Even if 3,000 Extreme wanted to cause trouble, he would have to think twice. Thank you for your care, senior brother. Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoya, and the others cupped their fists towards 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation again. 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation smiled bitterly. They all knew that Xiaoyang's strength was much stronger than theirs. In the Jigo sect, seniority wasn't based on seniority or age. It was based on strength. Whoever had the highest cultivation would be the boss and the senior brother. Chapter 958. 3,000 Extreme was in the same realm as the two of them. The reason why they called him senior brother 3,000 Extreme was because even in the same realm, their combat strength was also divided into different levels. In the previous monthly competition, 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation lost to 3,000 Extreme. They were no match for 3,000 Extreme, so they could only call him senior brother 3,000 Extreme. Yes, the Jigo sect had a competition every month. During the competition, one's status and strength would be determined. The stronger ones would be the senior brother, and the weaker ones would be the junior brother. Once the junior brother heard that they had to listen to the senior brother's orders, unless it was an unusual order, the senior brother could teach the junior brother a lesson. This was the reason why 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation hesitated when they fought against 3,000 Extreme. Seniority was a rule set by the Jigo sect. It was also this rule that made the disciples of the Jigo sect cultivate with all their might and strive to be the senior brother. After all, with the title of senior brother, they could order the junior brother to do things. If the junior brother disobeyed the senior brother, or even dared to attack the senior brother, then as long as they reported it to the law enforcement hall, the law enforcement hall would come out and punish the junior brother according to the rules. In the cave, 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation introduced the Jigo sect situation to Xiaoyang so that he would know his limits. Xiaoyang blinked and said, Senior brothers, according to what you said, you've offended 3,000 Extreme. Isn't that big trouble? As long as 3,000 Extreme reported this matter to the law enforcement hall, the law enforcement hall would come out and punish 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation. This made Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Lady feel bad, because they had already dragged 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation into the water. 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation were also very straightforward and said, Xiaoyang, don't take it to heart. First of all, what 3,000 Extreme did was very despicable. He might not report it to the law enforcement hall. Also, even if the law enforcement hall came to punish him, at most he would suffer some physical pain or be locked up for a period of time. These are nothing. This made Xiaoyang and Lan Jiaoya feel very touched. What 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation didn't say was that 3,000 Extreme's uncle worked in the law enforcement hall. If 3,000 Extreme asked his uncle, Zuiqiutang, to step forward, then even if 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. Xiaoyang had inquired about a lot of things about the Jiguang sect before he came here. He even listened to the news of the Jiguang sect in the North Pole town and along the way. Even now, he released his amazing divine awareness to pay attention to the surrounding movements and collect information. Naturally, he knew that the 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation were not lying. He also knew about the backer of 3,000 Extreme Biao. Xiaoyang was deeply impressed that the 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation hadn't mentioned Zhuqiutang. One had to know that once 3,000 Extremes found Zhuqiutang, who was in charge of the law enforcement hall, Zhuqiutang would definitely enforce the law impartially and increase the punishment of 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation. No one would dare to refute him, even if he used his position to avenge private wrongs, because they were in charge of punishment. For those who were pleasing to the eye, they could punish them lightly depending on their mood. For those who were not pleasing to the eye, they could vent their dissatisfaction. Senior brothers, according to 3,000 Extremes' petty nature, he won't let us off easily. He'll definitely report it to the law enforcement hall and use his connections to punish us. He can't allow his dignity to be tarnished. Xiaoyang explained. 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation's expressions changed slightly, faintly worried. Although they acted as if they didn't care about the punishment, they didn't want Xiaoyang to worry. They were still very nervous. Xiaoyang chuckled softly when he saw the change in their emotions. Senior brothers, our poison sect will remember the many times you've helped us. If you don't mind, I'm willing to guide you in your cultivation. 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation were stunned. He stared at Xiaoyang dumbfounded. You're joking, right? They never thought that Xiaoyang would be so frivolous and arrogant, daring to say that he knew about their cultivation. After all, Xiaoyang had always been in the lower realm. His knowledge and vision couldn't compare to theirs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was short-sighted. However, the 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation had always been in the middle realm. Their exposure to all kinds of things couldn't be compared to Xiaoyang. Even so, they didn't dare say that they'd guide Xiaoyang. How bold was Xiaoyang to want to guide them? However, they also knew that Xiaoyang had good intentions. If it were anyone else, they'd definitely fall out with Xiaoyang. The 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoyang, if you can really guide us, of course we'll listen carefully. Xiaoyang nodded and took out 2 jade slips. The slips recorded some cultivation methods and insights. They were all approved for the 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation. He had once guided the 12 leaders of the North Pole town to advance to the next level. Now, guiding the 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation was naturally not a problem. One had to know that Xiaoyang was the eternal poison lord who stood on top of the Golden Pagoda in his previous life. Therefore, guiding 2 people of the 3rd level of Wu Zun was naturally not a problem. The 3,000 Desolation and 3,000 Flow took the jade slips with a skeptical attitude. At first, they didn't think much of it. In their opinion, even if Xiaoyang had a fortuitous encounter and his cultivation had increased, guiding people should be metaphysical. It was too metaphysical and unreliable. However, when they saw the jade slips, they couldn't help but be stunned again. My God, what you wrote is too accurate. It's exactly what I'm currently missing. You've completely written out the things that I couldn't figure out. They firmly believed that as long as they followed the instructions on the jade slips, they would definitely be able to advance to the next level. These 2 jade slips were too amazing. Xiaoyang's ability was too amazing. These 2 jade slips gave them sudden enlightenment and an opportunity to be enlightened. They couldn't wait to go into seclusion and start cultivating impatiently. Senior brothers, you too should go and comprehend and cultivate. We should also rest. Xiaoyang naturally knew how the 2 of them were feeling and hurriedly said, Okay. We'll go now. Thank you, Senior Brother Xiaoyang. 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation hurriedly got up and left. They also changed the way they addressed Xiaoyang. Originally, when they were at the Aurora City Inn, they already knew that Xiaoyang's cultivation was powerful. At that time, they should have called Xiaoyang Senior Brother. However, because they had the intention of taking care of Xiaoyang, they had always placed themselves in the position of Senior Brother. Now that they saw Xiao Yang's ability, there was no need to place themselves in the position of senior brother. Xiao Yang's ability had already been revealed without a doubt. They went to the cave abode next door to cultivate. Originally, everyone had their own cave abode. Now that they gave one cave abode to Xiaoyang, they were left with another cave abode. Cousin, let's hurry up and cultivate, Lan Jiaya pleaded. They had been working hard to cultivate, but they had always felt that their strength wasn't strong enough. They were eager to improve their strength. Chapter 959. Go. Xiaoyang responded. The spiritual energy in Aurora Mountain was shockingly rich, even more so than the cultivation valley in the North Pole town. Cultivating here would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It was incredible. Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianchan, and Dragon Lady chose an empty place, cleaned up and began to cultivate. The bloodthirsty ice worm and fiery bird also sensed the amazing spiritual energy. They came out of Xiao Yang's storage ring and wanted to absorb the spiritual energy to cultivate. Xiao Yang naturally followed them. Seeing that they were all fighting for time to cultivate, Xiao Yang didn't relax and also began to cultivate. Cultivation and strength were the only truth in this world. Time passed in a flash. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the cave, someone was roaring wildly. It was San Qinji's voice. From the voice, it could be heard that the other party was very excited and arrogant. If he guessed correctly, he should have found a backer. Xiao Yang and the others woke up from their cultivation state and opened their eyes. Cousin, San Qinji is here, Lan Jiaya asked. Xiao Yang nodded and said, Yes, you guys stay here. I'll go out and take a look. He got up, activated his cultivation, and shot toward the entrance of the cave. After coming out of the cave, he saw San Qinji's arrogant and despotic appearance. He pointed at Xiaoyang and said proudly, Xiaoyang, you're dead. You dare to offend me. I'll make you suffer. After threatening, San Qinji looked at Zhuqiu Tang next to him and said humbly, Senior brother Zhua, that guy is Xiaoyang. He attacked me in the inn at the foot of the mountain. He didn't put me or the Jigo sect in his eyes. This guy is arrogant and lawless. You must uphold justice for your junior brother. Zhuqiu Tang was from the Jigo sect's law enforcement hall and was San Qinji's uncle. But now in front of everyone, San Qinji didn't call him uncle, but senior brother. The Jigo sect's rules were like this. Whoever was stronger could be the senior brother. It was not wrong for San Qinji to call Zhuqiu Tang senior martial brother. Hearing this, Zhuqiu Tang's gaze fell on Xiaoyang. He narrowed his eyes, which were filled with murderous intent, and said coldly, Xiaoyang, you're just a lowly commoner. It's your honor to be summoned by the Jigo sect. You actually dared to make a move on a Jigo sect senior brother in Aurora City. You simply have no respect for the Jigo sect. You'd better admit your mistake obediently. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson today. There were already many Jigo sect disciples watching from the sidelines. The disciples of the Jigo sect varied in strength. The weaker ones were at least at Wu Zun's level, while the stronger ones were at least Wu Zun's fifth order. Many of them had been bullied by 3,000 G before. Now that 3,000 G had brought Zhuqiu Tang to cause trouble, they immediately knew that 3,000 G was going to bully them. However, they didn't plan to make a move. They just wanted to watch the show. Once they offended 3,000 G, they wouldn't have a good ending. Many people who had been bullied by 3,000 G had to swallow their anger. They didn't dare to report or seek revenge. Senior fellow apprentice, don't be deceived by San Qinji. San Qinji took slave, left mirror and slave, right mirror down the mountain, and directly tried to kill me. I just wanted to protect myself. I didn't mean to provoke the dignity of Jiguang sect. Xiaoyang frowned. He cupped his fists and spoke slowly. He remained calm and didn't show any fear. Even if Zhuqiu Tang of the law enforcement hall was here, Xiaoyang was still calm. Zhuqiu Tang's cultivation wasn't simple. He had already reached Wu Zun's fifth order. Naturally, those who could enter the law enforcement hall weren't cowards. Xiao Yang blinked and looked at 3,000 G. 3,000 G. You brought slave left mirror and right mirror to kill me. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? You even threatened to defile Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianchan. They were all present. 3,000 G's expression changed. His eyes were filled with anger. He would never admit to such a thing. Immediately he said angrily, Xiaoyang, you bastard. Don't even think about slandering me. As a senior martial brother, you should be punished for disrespecting me. Humph, you better kneel down and apologize. Otherwise you'll get it. Senior martial brothers, what is here? Are you going to resist? If you resist, you're disrespecting the law enforcement hall's authority. That's a challenge to the Jigo sect. 3,000 G put a hat on Xiaoyang's head. He made it clear. If Xiaoyang resisted, Xiaoyang would have no way out. Zhuqiu Tang grunted coldly as he emanated a shocking pressure, and he said, Xiaoyang, how long do you intend to continue with your sophistry? Hurry up and admit your mistake. He'd brought a few law enforcement hall members with him. They were all at the fourth stage of Wu Zun's cultivation. In the law enforcement hall, he was a minor character with the status of a squad leader. There were 4 people in his team, so there were 5 including him. I, Xiaoyang, have a clear conscience. What did I do wrong? It's 3,000 G who deceived you. You'll find out if you investigate carefully. Xiaoyang was also a bit angry and replied coldly, Humph, if I don't punish you today, you'll think this is the poison sect of the lower realm. Zhuqiu Tang was furious. He couldn't tolerate Xiaoyang daring to question him. One had to know that he'd never taken Xiaoyang seriously. He thought the latter was just a poor kid from the lower realm. Even if he had some fortuitous opportunities and strength, how strong could he be? He waved his hand and shouted, Fa Wei, Fa Zheng, you two go capture Xiaoyang. Yes, Captain. Chun Fa-yi and Chun Fa-jing responded and immediately left the team. They took 2 steps forward and released a shocking aura as they stared fiercely at Xiaoyang. They were both at the 4th stage of Wu Zun's cultivation and could be considered to be formidable. At the very least, 3,000 G, 3,000 desolates, and 3,000 G weren't a match for them. Fa Wei, you just hold the line here. I'll be able to capture Xiaoyang myself. Chen Fa-jing laughed coldly as the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at Xiaoyang with disdain, and then he spoke softly to Qin Fa-yi. Qin Fa-yi was stunned, and then he chuckled and looked at Qin Fa-jing. All right, Fa Zheng, I'll give you the chance to show off. Don't disappoint us. Don't worry, this Xiaoyang is just a commoner from the lower realm. How could he compare to us? Qin Fa-jing laughed coldly, and then he executed a movement technique and erupted with the energy of the laws. He instantly charged at Xiaoyang, who was at the entrance of the abode, and attacked Xiaoyang fiercely. He utilized the energy of the laws to execute a powerful martial skill and condensed a large saber before slashing it at Xiaoyang. This saber technique had already reached the state of returning to simplicity, and the shadow of the saber was over 300 m long. Its imposing aura shot into the sky with shocking strength. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and grunted lightly as he watched Qin Fa-jing attack. Chapter 960. He wasn't a pushover and wouldn't let anyone bully him. He immediately unleashed the power of law and performed the Earth-level martial arts technique, Earth Chi Azure Dragon. An azure dragon formed from earthen energy released a dragon's roar. Next, it charged up into the air from the ground and instantly swept towards Qin Fa-jing. Qin Fa-jing's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with shock. He really didn't expect Xiaoyang to know an Earth-level martial arts technique. In the lower stream realm, Black-level martial arts techniques were already very rare, and Earth-level martial arts techniques were almost non-existent. However, Xiaoyang could actually perform an Earth-level martial arts technique and unleash such shocking power. It could be seen that his mastery of this martial arts technique had reached an astonishing level. Boom! The Earth Chi Azure Dragon collided with the Saber Shadow, and the Saber Shadow instantly collapsed. More than half of the Earth Chi Azure Dragon also collapsed, and the remaining half of its body rushed towards Qin Fajing with inertia. Qin Fajing's expression changed greatly. Although he had overestimated the Earth Chi Azure Dragon, he still underestimated it. He hurriedly performed the defense law and unleashed the power of defense to firmly defend himself. Bang! Half of the Earth Chi Azure Dragon collided with his body and directly sent him flying. If he hadn't performed the defense law to defend himself, his entire body would have turned into a cloud of blood mist in an instant. This battle fell into the eyes of the crowd, and many of the spectators were shocked. When they looked at Xiaoyang, their gazes changed. In the beginning, they were like Zuoqiu Tang and Qin Fajing, looking down on Xiaoyang, thinking that Xiaoyang was just a little guy from the lower stream realm and couldn't be that powerful. However, seeing Xiaoyang defeat Wu Zun in one move, the stage for Qin Fajing couldn't help but be shocked. At least, Xiaoyang's strength had exceeded their imagination. Zuoqiu Tang, Qin Fai, and the others were also stunned. They knew that Xiaoyang had some strength, otherwise, Xiaoyang would not be so arrogant. However, he did not expect Xiaoyang to be so powerful. Even Qin Fajing was not his match and was defeated in one move. This astonishing battle prowess was already comparable to Wu Zun's Fifth Order. No wonder Xiaoyang was summoned by the Jigo sect. Qin Fai, you too. Zuoqiu Tang shouted when he saw this. They, the law enforcement hall, had come out to carry out the punishment. Now that they had fallen in the hands of Xiaoyang, it was a huge blow to their dignity. They represented the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall was not easy to bully. Yes, Captain. Qin Fai responded and also released a majestic aura, preparing to join forces with Qin Fajing to attack Xiaoyang. He originally thought that Qin Fajing could take care of Xiaoyang alone, but he was too naive. This Xiaoyang was not simple. Seeing Xiaoyang's attack, even if he joined forces with Qin Fajing, he was not confident that he could take down Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, how dare you resist the law enforcement hall? You're courting death. Qin Fai roared and immediately used a martial skill, condensing a sledgehammer and smashing it at Xiaoyang. At the same time, Qin Fajing used another martial skill, condensing an even more terrifying blade shadow and slashing it at Xiaoyang. Invincible divine, sword technique. Xiaoyang did not say anything and directly used an even more powerful martial skill. It was a mid-grade Earth level martial skill. With this martial skill, even if he fought against a Fifth Order expert like Wu Zun, he would not be afraid. Not to mention that it was only 2 Fourth Order experts like Wu Zun. As he used this martial skill, the immortal sword instantly flew out of thin air, emitting an ear-piercing sword sound. The immortal sword transformed into many sword shadows, forming a sword city. The sword city was 100 feet in size, majestic and sharp. In an instant, the sword city crushed Qin Fajing and Qin Fai. The 3 martial skills set off a shocking collision, emitting a dull sound. The hammer and blade shadow instantly collapsed under the sword city's crushing pressure. The power of the sword city, although weakened by a lot, was still shocking. These forces hit Qin Fai and Qin Fajing's bodies, instantly injuring the 2 of them. Wow. Puff. Qin Fai and Qin Fajing were hit by the sword city's power and were instantly sent flying. While they were still in the air, they could not help but vomit blood. After falling, their faces were pale and their auras were weak. It was obvious that they were seriously injured. Xiaoyang blinked and sneered, disdainful of them. Then he put his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at 3000 Ji and Zuoqiu Tang. There was no provocation, hostility, or anger in his eyes. It was very calm. Xiaoyang, how dare you hit the law enforcement hall's disciples? Zuoqiu Tang was very angry and annoyed. Xiaoyang was too arrogant. Even Qin Fai and Qin Fajing were beaten by him. At the same time, he felt very embarrassed. Two powerful law enforcement hall's disciples could not beat Xiaoyang. It was very embarrassing. If the law enforcement hall was like this, then there was no need for the law enforcement hall to exist. You saw it too. They attacked me first. Do you think I have no choice but to be captured? Xiaoyang answered coldly. He was not in a good mood now. If others did not provoke him, he would not provoke others. However, if others provoked him, he would not be polite. What a troublemaker. They just want to take you back to the law enforcement hall to ask about the situation. Zhuqiu Tang snorted and found an excuse for himself. Xiaoyang expressed his disdain. If you have any questions, just ask them here. He answered casually. Zhuqiu Tang stepped out and snorted. Xiaoyang, now that you've attacked the law enforcement hall's people, everyone has seen it. If I don't seek justice for them, how can I lead my men? Die. He planned to capture Xiaoyang personally. After all, he was a fifth-stage mighty figure of Wuzun. He was not someone that Chen Fai and Qin Fajing could compare to. Xiaoyang was of the same generation as 3,000 Ji, 3,000 Lu, and 3,000 Desolation. Even the outstanding 3,000 Ji was only at the third stage of Wuzun. Logically speaking, Xiaoyang's cultivation level should not be higher than Wuzun's by 3 stages. If Zhuqiu Tang personally took action, it would definitely be bullying the weak. However, Xiaoyang could not be judged by common sense. He already possessed the cultivation of a 4th-order martial venerable, and his battle prowess had already exceeded that of a 4th-order martial venerable, almost reaching the 5th-order martial venerable level. Therefore, if Zhuqiu Tang and the others did not want to embarrass the law enforcement hall, he could only do it himself. The surrounding onlookers were stunned, because a 5th-stage mighty figure of Wu Zun actually had to deal with a guy who came from the lower realm. It was simply unimaginable. How shameless. However, they also knew that Xiaoyang, who was of the same age, was not ordinary. He had directly defeated Qin Fai and Qin Fajing. It was understandable that Zhuqiu Tang would take action now. If you want to bully someone, just do it. What are you blabbering about? Seriously, Xiaoyang, will accompany you any time. Xiaoyang's fighting spirit erupted. He was not afraid of Zhuqiu Tang at all. Zhuqiu Tang was so angry that his eyelids twitched. 3,000 Ji was also very angry. He stared fiercely at Xiaoyang. Chapter 961. He didn't expect that Zhuqiu Tang wouldn't be able to deal with Xiaoyang even if he brought him here. When Xiaoyang defeated slave left mirror and slave right mirror, he had roughly estimated Xiaoyang's cultivation. In the end, he still underestimated Xiaoyang. Qin Fai and Qin Fajing, 2 experts of the law enforcement hall, were defeated by Xiaoyang, which showed how capable Xiaoyang was. Zhuqiu Tang couldn't help but make a move. If Zhuqiu Tang didn't make a move, it would be condoning Xiaoyang's arrogance, which would have a great impact on the law enforcement hall's reputation. Xiaoyang, you forced me to make a move. You're quite capable. Then I'll show you how powerful I am. Zhuqiu Tang's face was full of anger. After roaring, he immediately released the power of law and performed a martial arts technique to fiercely attack Xiaoyang. It was visible to the naked eye that the originally clear sky suddenly turned dark. That was because the dark clouds in the distance kept gathering and shrouding the sky in the blink of an eye. Rumbling sounds came from the heavy dark clouds, and lightning flashed in the sky. From time to time, there were finger-sized lightning strikes that lit up the surroundings. Gosh, is Zhuqiu Tang going to perform the 9th heaven divine thunder technique? This is simply bullying. I think he wants to kill Xiaoyang and wants to use this opportunity to kill him. He's too despicable, too treacherous. He's Wu Zun's rank 5 cultivation realm, which is 1 realm higher than Xiaoyang. Now, he's performing such a powerful martial arts technique. He's simply shameless. He's so thick-skinned. It seems that Xiaoyang's life is in danger. Many knowledgeable onlookers immediately recognized the martial arts technique that Zhuqiu Tang performed. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At the same time, his eyes were filled with pity as he looked at Xiaoyang. Even if Xiao Yang's strength was not weak, it would be difficult for him to protect himself under such a powerful attack. This caused many people who were hostile to the 3,000 beasts to feel resentful. Those with discerning eyes could see that Zhuqiu Tang had an unusual relationship with 3,000 Poles. The reason why 3,000 Poles was so arrogant and condescending was entirely because he had Zhuqiu Tang as his backer. Now, Zhuqiu Tang was simply disregarding his dignity as a powerhouse to stand up for 3,000 Poles. It should be known that in the Jigo sect, those with high cultivation would also care for their own dignity, and wouldn't easily. He looked at Zhuqiu Tang, who was utterly shameless and was using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Although many onlookers felt indignant with him, they didn't intend to help. Offending Zhuqiu Tang would not end well. Moreover, they only roughly knew where he was from the Jigong. S's. T.S. was to with him. TTS not to help him estes. Shao of him T to help T-Tess himself. Ever since he reached the intermediate stage, he had been emphasizing on self-reliance and self-improvement. Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed when he saw Zhuqiu Tang using the thunder technique to deal with him. He then released the law of thunder and used the 9 heavens thunder technique. He had already mastered this technique when he was in the lower stage, but he rarely used it after reaching the intermediate stage. In addition, Xiaoyang had the thunder pearl, so the power of the thunder technique was not weak. Boom! A thigh-sized lightning bolt struck down from the sky and landed directly on Xiaoyang's head. It was caused by Zhuqiu Tang's technique. Looking at his stance, it seemed like he was planning to kill Xiaoyang without any mercy. Xiaoyang sneered. He suddenly formed a seal with both hands and hurriedly used the thunder technique. Suddenly, many lightning bolts appeared around him. These lightning bolts were like small snakes that kept swimming around. After the thigh-sized lightning bolt landed, it did not cause any harm to Xiaoyang. Instead, it was instantly assimilated by the surrounding lightning. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiaoyang seemed to have swallowed the lightning. This caused everyone to be stupefied and feel that it was inconceivable. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did I see it wrong? Xiaoyang endured the attack of the thunder lightning and came out unscathed. It can't be. I see that not only is Xiaoyang unscathed, but he also directly swallowed the lightning. How awesome must he be to do that? Many of the spectators began to discuss among themselves. They were filled with disbelief. Even 3,000 G's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. As the person involved, Zhuqiu Tang knew best what had happened. He knew that Xiaoyang had also used a lightning-type cultivation technique to assimilate his lightning-type energy. This shocked him greatly. Although everyone cultivated the thunder technique, there were different grades of the thunder technique. In addition, everyone had different mastery levels, so their combat power would vary from person to person. He did not expect that Xiaoyang could actually assimilate his thunder force. Zhuqiu Tang believed that his cultivation was higher than Xiaoyang's, and also believed that the thunder mental technique he cultivated was more profound than Xiaoyang's. But the final result of the two people exchanging blows was virtually unbearable to him. How was this possible? Zhuqiu Tang was bewildered. Xiaoyang chuckled and said calmly, Zhuqiu Tang, is this all you have? Why haven't you retreated quickly? Are you looking for humiliation? Although Zhuqiu Tang was a Tier 5 powerhouse like Wu Zun, but Xiaoyang had also exchanged blows with a Tier 5 powerhouse like Wu Zun before and even defeated the other party. Therefore, he did not take Zhuqiu Tang seriously at all. Zhuqiu Tang gave a cold snort and displayed the thunder technique once more, attacking Xiaoyang ferociously. For him to be able to sit in his position today, it was naturally not just relying on one thunder martial technique. he had other powerful means. Zuoqiu Tang's attacks were powerful and strange. The thunder martial technique he displayed was shocking and not inferior to the thunder martial technique from before. However, Xiaoyang was not a pushover either. He also displayed the Earth Qi Azure Dragon and the invincible divine sword to resist. From time to time, he would find the right opportunity to display the barbaric God's Finger and poison dragon claw. He even used the firmament palm. Of course, the use of these martial techniques was secondary. They were used to disturb and influence Zuoqiu Tang. In fact, the most lethal martial technique was the soul refining art. This martial technique was upgraded from the Heartless Dream, and its power was even stronger than the Heartless Dream. Zuoqiu Tang had been unable to take down Xiaoyang for a long time because the soul refining art was difficult to deal with. His sea of consciousness was repeatedly attacked by the soul refining art. Especially the first time he was attacked. He was so frightened that his face changed greatly and his eyes were filled with fear. After stabilizing with great difficulty, he was extremely cautious during the second and third attack. He did not dare to use his full strength and always kept some strength to protect himself. It was considered a backup plan. The battle between the two lasted for an hour, but there was still no clear winner. This astonishing battle caused everyone to tremble with fear as they watched. Of course, these spectators' focus was on Xiaoyang. The people in this world were like this. They all liked miracles and people who created miracles. No matter who it was, as long as they did something that ordinary people could not do and created a miracle, they would be respected by others. Chapter 962. And in their eyes, Xiaoyang was the person who had created a miracle. First of all, Xiaoyang was younger than most of them. However, Xiaoyang had already stepped into the fourth stage of Wu Zun's cultivation. Most of these geniuses were only at the third stage of Wu Zun's cultivation. Secondly, Xiaoyang's combat strength was comparable to that of Wu Zun's fifth stage. He was evenly matched with Zuoqiu Tang, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Lastly, it was Xiaoyang's courage. A guy from the inferior realm actually dared to go against Zuoqiu Tang, the captain of the law enforcement hall, in the holy land of the Jigo sect. He was simply ignorant and fearless. At the very least, these so-called geniuses did not dare to be disrespectful to Zuoqiu Tang. Otherwise, how could they tolerate San Qianji's arrogance and domineering attitude? They would have beaten him up long ago. Bang! In the eyes of many onlookers, after Xiaoyang and Zuoqiu Tang exchanged a blow, they quickly separated from each other and retreated rapidly. They stood 300 feet apart from each other. Xiaoyang still had a calm and indifferent look on his face. It was as if he could remain calm and collected in the face of anything. On the other hand, Zuoqiu Tang's mood had obviously changed. He was no longer as aggressive and arrogant as when he first arrived. Obviously, he felt that Xiaoyang was difficult to deal with. Zuoqiu Tang frowned and was a little out of breath. He felt that there was not much cultivation left in his body. The fight with Xiaoyang just now was very intense. He almost showed no mercy. However, he still could not do anything to Xiaoyang. This showed how difficult Xiaoyang was to deal with and how difficult it was to deal with him. This guy was not easy to deal with. Zuoqiu Tang knew that he could not defeat Zuoqiu Tang alone, so he immediately had other ideas. He came here on behalf of the law enforcement hall and brought his subordinates. Since he could not defeat Xiaoyang in a tag team battle, he could totally swarm up and join forces to take down Xiaoyang. Although it was disgraceful, it didn't matter. As long as they took down Xiaoyang and severely punished Xiaoyang, whether it was losing face or reputation, they could instantly make up for it. It could also reflect the spirit of unity and cooperation of the law enforcement hall. When he thought up to here, Zuoqiu Tang immediately made up his mind, and his gaze swept towards Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others as he shouted, "Let's join forces and capture this renegade." As soon as these words came out, many of the onlookers present were in disbelief. "Oh my God, I'm not deaf, right? What did I just hear?" Wu Zun's fifth stage, Zhuqiutang, actually had to lead his subordinates in order to take down Xiaoyang. This old man was too shameless. It was one thing for him to bully the weak personally, but now he even called Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others. He was simply shameless to the extreme. Xiaoyang, you can do it. We support you. Xiaoyang, work hard. Xiaoyang, we have high hopes for you. Those onlookers admired and admired Xiaoyang, who created miracles. Now that they saw Xiaoyang suffer such unfair treatment, they naturally couldn't restrain themselves and directly shouted out to express their good impression and support of Xiaoyang. They disliked 3000 Ji, Zhuqiutang, and the others to begin with. It was rare for Xiaoyang to teach them a lesson, so they were very happy to see Zhuqiutang and 3000 Ji suffer. What are all of you shouting for? Do you want to see the world burn? Do you believe that I won't take all of you down and punish all of you for causing trouble? Zhuqiutang was very unhappy when he heard the clamorous shouts of the onlookers, and his face flushed red. He felt that he'd lost all face. He immediately berated with the intention of stopping the mocking and ridicule of the onlookers. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken. But as soon as he did, more onlookers sneered, and their eyes were full of disdain and provocation. Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others also knew that this was a critical moment, and they couldn't afford to delay because there were more and more Jigo sect disciples gathering around. If they didn't seize the opportunity to take down Xiaoyang, they would be the ones to be humiliated. Yes, Captain. Chen Fai, Qin Fajing, and the others responded respectfully, then erupted with the power of laws and instantly flew into the air, ready to join forces with Zhuqiutang to capture Xiaoyang. At the same time, 3000 Ji also ordered slave left mirror and right mirror, saying, "You two go up and help. You must take down Xiaoyang." He gritted his teeth and shouted, his eyes filled with indignation. On the one hand, he was jealous of Xiaoyang's strength, and on the other hand, he wanted to take revenge and destroy Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's existence was a disgrace to him. If he had the chance, he would definitely not let Xiaoyang stay in this world. Last time, he failed to kill Xiaoyang at the foot of the mountain. This time, he had to seize the opportunity. After all, this time he had the help of Zhuqiutang, Qin Fai, and Qin Fajing. Even if he killed Xiaoyang, no one would blame him. At least Zhuqiutang would take the blame, and Xiaoyang's death would be in vain. Yes, young master. Slave left mirror and slave right mirror agreed. Then they released their own power of laws and instantly rushed toward Xiaoyang. Shameless. Too shameless. So many people besieging one person. I can't stand it anymore. Many of the onlookers started to shout. They were worried for Xiaoyang, and their faces were filled with anxiety. They thought highly of Xiaoyang's character. Xiaoyang's strength was beyond their expectations and earned their respect. They also cared about a person who was so good at creating miracles. Therefore, almost all of them were standing on Xiaoyang's side. However, they didn't expect Zhuqiutang, 3000 Ji, and the others to be so shameless. They actually joined forces to deal with Xiaoyang in front of everyone. If it wasn't for the law enforcement hall, they would have definitely helped. Xiaoyang, hurry up and leave. The further the better. Where there's life, there's hope. That's right, Xiaoyang, hurry up and leave. Let's go. We'll go all out and help you hold them back. Many onlookers shouted directly. They couldn't bear to see Xiaoyang being besieged by Zhuqiutang, 3000 Ji, and the others. Xiaoyang was stunned. He glanced at the onlookers and felt a little touched and warm in his heart. Unknowingly, his reputation actually became so great. Moreover, he even obtained their favorable impressions. It was too difficult. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he said, "Thank you very much, senior brothers. However, don't get involved, so as to avoid causing trouble." He cupped his fists and expressed thanks. Then he started to deal with Zhuqiutang, 3000 Ji, Qin Fai, Zhuijingnu, and the other powerhouses. Facing a single Wu Zun, The rank 5 Zhuoqiutang was already difficult to deal with, let alone there were still several powerhouses at the same realm. This made Xiao Yang feel great pressure as well. However, Xiao Yang did not cower. If he cowered once, then he might cower a second time, a third time. Then he might not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. Therefore, Xiao Yang decided to face the difficulties head-on. Come on, this young master is waiting for you all. Xiao Yang's domineering aura leaked out, his aura shocking. He released dense power of laws, waiting in combat readiness. Chapter 963. Just as Xiao Yang, Zhuoqiutang, Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, 3,000 Pole, Zhu Jingnu and others were about to break out into a great battle, suddenly, 2 violent auras of Wu Zun rank 4 rose into the sky. The sudden appearance of this strong aura instantly attracted everyone's attention. Not only Xiao Yang, Zhuoqiutang and others, but even many onlookers around were shocked at this moment. Judging from this unstable aura, it was obvious that it had just broken through to Wu Zun rank 4. Who is it? These 2 auras are a bit familiar. Could it be the 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation? They were all disciples of the Jigo sect. Many people had dealt with the 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation, so they immediately recognized the 2. Weren't the 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation Wu Zun rank 3 before? Their strength was weaker than 3,000 Pole. How did they advance to Wu Zun rank 4? It seems like they just advanced. This is too incredible. We have also been stuck in the realm of Wu Zun rank 3 for a long time. We haven't broken through yet. What kind of fortuitous encounter did the 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation have to break through now? Many disciples of the Jigo sect also had the idea of getting to know the 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation and asking them about the opportunity of breaking through so that they could learn. As these onlookers were talking, the door of the cave mansion not far away from them slowly opened, and 2 familiar figures slowly walked out. It was the 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation that they were talking about. The cultivation of these 2 people had stabilized. They were Wu Zun rank 4. They originally planned to come out and experience the beauty of this cultivation realm, but the noise outside made them unable to calm down. They could only come out and see what was going on. Although cultivators could use divine sense to check the situation, they had been focused on cultivation before, so they didn't use divine sense to check the situation outside the cave mansion. Now that they had reached the entrance of the cave, they saw Xiao Yang confronting Zhuoqiutang, 3,000 Ji, and the others. The hostility between both sides was very strong. It seemed that they would fight to the death. Had he seen a ghost? Zhuoqiutang, 3,000 Extreme, and the others opened their eyes wide as they looked at 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation in disbelief. They didn't expect that the 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation would break through in such a short period of time, especially the 3,000 Extremes. Back at the inn at the foot of the mountain, the 3,000 Extremes had confronted the 3,000 Streams and 3,000 Desolates. Both sides were filled with hostility. At that time, 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation were only at the 3rd level of Wu Zun. If the 2 of them joined forces, 3,000 Extreme had full confidence in taking them down. However, Xiao Yang was there at that time, blocking the attacks of Slave Left Mirror and Slave Right Mirror, so 3,000 Extremes didn't succeed. However, in his impression, weren't the 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation weak like ants? How did he surpass him without making a sound? This was too unbelievable, too inconceivable, especially when he thought about having to call 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation senior brother in the future. 3,000 Extreme felt very uncomfortable. The unspoken rule in the Jigo sect was that whoever was stronger could be the senior brother, and whoever was weaker could be the junior brother. 3,000 Extreme had relied on his strength and background to force 3,000 Flow and 3,000 desolation to call him senior brother, allowing him to enjoy a period of glory and satisfaction. Now it was the other way around. He had to call 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation senior brother. This was so embarrassing. 3,000 extreme felt very embarrassed, and his expression was very unsightly. Zhuo Tang was stunned for a moment, and he looked at 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation with astonishment. He had naturally heard of these two minor figures. They had always been bullied by 3,000 extreme, and now they could be considered to have turned the tables. He couldn't help but feel slightly heavy. Senior brother, 3,000 flow. Senior brother, 3,000 desolation. You've come out of closed-door cultivation. Congratulations. Xiao Yang slowly retracted the hostility emanating from his body. He cupped his fists, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. He slowly spoke to 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation. As a stage 4 powerhouse of Wuzun, Xiao Yang immediately noticed the changes in 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation's cultivation. Previously, Xiao Yang had recorded his guidance and comprehension on a jade slip and let them cultivate according to the method on the jade slip. It seemed that 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation had already obtained great benefits from the jade slip. Senior brother Xiao Yang, don't be like this. We are all disciples of the Jigo sect, and the strong are respected. Moreover, you have given us guidance, so you should be our senior brother. 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation hurriedly explained to Xiao Yang. The phrase, the strong are respected, meant that Xiao Yang's strength surpassed theirs, and they couldn't compare to him. As for the fact that Xiao Yang was also a disciple of the Jigo sect, it wasn't wrong either. After all, the poison sect of the lower flow was part of the Jigo sect's territory, so they could be considered members of the Jigo sect. When their conversation fell into the ears of the crowd, they were all shocked. All of them stared at Xiao Yang, slack-jawed and tongue-tied. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Yes, from their conversation, the spectators already knew what the 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation's breakthrough opportunity was. Xiao Yang's guidance. Didn't you hear? The 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation had personally admitted that Xiao Yang had given them guidance, and even expressed their sincere gratitude. Add to that the fact that Xiao Yang had fought Qin Fai, Qin Fajing, and Zhuo Tang to a standstill. It was clear that Xiao Yang possessed great strength. Thus, Xiao Yang truly did have the right to give them guidance. At this thought, many of the Jigo sect's disciples grew envious. They stared at Xiao Yang with fervent gazes, their hearts pounding. If they could also receive Xiao Yang's guidance, wouldn't they be able to break through their current cultivation? Even 3,000 Ji was moved for a moment. Unfortunately, his enmity with Xiao Yang was too deep. He probably wouldn't have this chance. 3,000 Ji was beginning to regret his decision. If he hadn't looked down on Xiao Yang back then, or offended Xiao Yang, he might have had a chance to break through this time. But now that things had escalated to this point, how could he keep up the act? Congratulations, senior brothers, 3,000 flow and 1,000 desolation. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianchan, and Dragon Maiden walked out of the cave and cupped their fists at the 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation. They had originally listened to Xiao Yang's suggestion and hid in the cave, not wanting to come out and burden Xiao Yang. But now that 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation had broken through to Wu Zun's 4th level of cultivation, they weren't so worried. At least in terms of numbers and strength, they were qualified to resist Zhuo Tang, Qin Fai, and 3,000 desolation. Congratulations to my 3 junior sisters as well. 3,000 flow and 3,000 desolation smiled slightly. They didn't become arrogant because of their breakthrough in cultivation and remained humble and reserved. Chapter 964. They all knew that this was the fortune that Xiao Yang had given them. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianchan, and Dragon Lady were all Xiao Yang's family. so he treated them with sincerity. 3,000 streams gaze landed on Zhuoqiutang and 3,000 ji. He asked, Senior Brother Zhua, what is the meaning of this? They all saw Zhuoqiutang, Qin Fai, and Qin Fajing's expressions of condemnation. When they thought about what 3,000 ji had done, they immediately understood the whole story. Zhuoqiutang's expression changed, and he had a slight intention to retreat. He had already felt the difficulty of fighting Xiaoyang, which was why he had disregarded his pride and gathered his subordinates. Now that 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation had unexpectedly appeared with Wu Zun's fourth stage cultivation, he no longer had a chance of victory. 3,000 stream, 3,000 desolation. I'm here to carry out a punishment mission. Let me ask you, did Xiaoyang beat 3,000 ji in the inn at the foot of the mountain? Zhuoqiutang withdrew his hostility, but he still released a terrifying aura, showing that he was a fifth-stage Wuzun powerhouse. His powerful aura suppressed 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation, forcing them to speak the truth. 3,000 stream frowned, and his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He said softly, In the inn at the foot of the mountain, Senior Brother 3,000 ji brought slave, left mirror, and slave, right mirror to humiliate Xiaoyang. He even threatened to defile Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Lady. We came out to stop him, but we were the target of 3,000 ji's hatred. Senior Brother Zhua, please enforce the law impartially. They didn't mention that Xiaoyang had beaten 3,000 ji up. Even if he had beaten him up, 3,000 ji deserved it. Who told him to look for trouble? Now that the two of them had broken through, they didn't have to be afraid of 3,000 ji in the future. So they directly shed all pretenses and spoke the truth. Hearing 3,000 stream reveal the truth, 3,000 ji immediately panicked. His expression changed, and his eyes darted left and right, thinking of a way to escape. He snorted coldly and looked at 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation with arrogance and stubbornness. He said, 3,000 stream, 3,000 desolation, this is slander. You have already colluded with Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoye, and Xiaoyang. Naturally, you are colluding with each other. The 3,000 extreme pestering were stirring up trouble. Although what 3,000 stream said was the truth, 3,000 extreme didn't dare to admit it. Once he admitted that he was the one who used his power to bully others, he would lose his morals. Although this world of cultivation focused on strength most of the time, morality was also very important. After thinking for a while, 3,000 ji snorted coldly. If Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan can testify, then my left mirror slave and right mirror slave can testify as well. They can also testify that it was Xiaoyang who hit me. That's why I had to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Then he said to Zhuoqiutang, Senior Brother Zhua, don't listen to the 3,000 streams, slanderous words. He's slandering us. They are the ones at fault. They should be the ones to be punished. Hearing 3,000 ji's sophistry and pestering, 3,000 stream, 3,000 desolation, Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan Long Nu, and the others were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone so shameless. You're shameless. You dare not admit what you've done? 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation were so angry that they roared. This 3,000 extreme was too despicable. His ability to play the blame game was so powerful. It was really impressive. If Zhuoqiutang continued to protect people like him who violated the rules, it would only help 3,000 extremes' domineering attitude. Zhuoqiutang didn't panic. He chuckled, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He mocked. Who's the one playing the blame game? Isn't it obvious? You disobeyed the law enforcement of the law enforcement hall. That's because you have a guilty conscience. If you don't have a guilty conscience, why don't you go to the law enforcement hall? The law enforcement hall will definitely give you a fair and just judgment. They will give you the truth. The more he spoke, the more he felt that he was right. He was extremely proud. Bah! 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation were furious to the extreme. Their entire bodies were trembling, and their eyes were red as they stared fiercely at 3,000 Extreme. If they went to the law enforcement hall, then they would truly be in Zhuqiu Tang's territory. At that time, even if they were innocent, it would be difficult to defend themselves. The other party would definitely confess under torture. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. The place they were in now wasn't the law enforcement hall's territory, but Zhuqiu Tang, Qin Fajing, Qin Fai, and the others were so domineering, arrogant, and lawless. If it was really like what 3,000 Extremes said, then only death awaited them when they went to the law enforcement hall. Zhuqiu Tang also heaved a sigh of relief. As 3,000 Extremes' uncle, he naturally knew of 3,000 Extremes' arrogant, domineering, and overbearing character. But everything required evidence. Although he knew that 3,000 Extreme was definitely in the wrong first, if Xiaoyang, 3,000 Desolation, and the others couldn't produce evidence, then 3,000 Extreme was innocent. On the contrary, 3,000 Desolation and the others would be guilty of slander. Coupled with their previous resistance to the law enforcement hall, they had already offended 3,000 Extreme. This heavy crime was enough to peel off a layer of skin. Xiaoyang, 3,000 Extreme, and 3,000 Desolation. Your words have no proof. Do you have evidence? If you don't, then you'll be guilty of another crime. Follow me back to the law enforcement hall. Zhuqiu Tang spoke sternly. He was completely biased towards 3,000 Extreme. Where was the evidence in 3,000 Extreme's testimony? When it was 3,000 Desolation's turn to speak, he wanted evidence. The victims were Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, and the others. Could it be that their testimony couldn't be used? The degree of favoritism made 3,000 Desolation and 3,000 Desolation extremely furious. Senior brother, Zhua, there were many guests in the inn at the foot of the mountain at that time. They can naturally serve as witnesses. 3,000 Desolation said directly. As soon as he said that, 3,000 Extreme changed again, because this was a loophole. If those bystanders were really allowed to testify, then it would prove that 3,000 Extreme was bullying others. Zhuqiu Tang glanced at 3,000 Extreme and saw the loophole from the changes in 3,000 Extreme's emotions. However, he didn't intend to punish 3,000 Extreme. Instead, he scolded 3,000 Desolation. What a joke! Now that so much time has passed, who knows if you've colluded with those bystanders? Quickly surrender and follow us back to the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall will definitely investigate the truth and give you justice. Zhuqiu Tang shouted sternly. His words showed that he was completely on 3,000 Extreme's side. 3,000 Desolation and 3,000 Desolation were so angry that their eyes were red and their fists were clenched tightly. Although they knew that Zhuqiu Tang would collude with 3,000 Extreme, they didn't expect it to be so dirty. It was a disgrace to the law enforcement hall. People from the law enforcement hall couldn't report to the law enforcement hall. They couldn't be fair and just. With such people around, the Jigo sect would fall at their hands sooner or later. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Maiden all glared at Zhuqiu Tang angrily. Chapter 9, 65. They were victims to begin with. Now that he did not even believe the testimony of the victims and the bystanders, it was obvious that he wanted to drag them into the frying pan and kill them. They really wanted to fight it out with Zhuqiu Tang, a scumbag. Zhuqiu Tang, according to what you said, we failed to produce evidence to prove our innocence. So we are the ones at fault and are destined to be punished by the law enforcement hall. Xiaoyang asked with a frown. Zhuqiu Tang thought about this question. After confirming that there was no trap in this question, he said, decisively, that's right. Xiaoyang continued, then if we can produce evidence to prove our innocence, you won't continue to make things difficult for us, right? That's right. Zhuqiu Tang replied again. After thinking about it, he added, However, your evidence has to be convincing. Anyway, no matter what evidence Xiaoyang and the others produced, Tang would not believe them. He was determined to defeat Xiaoyang and the others. Previously, when he attacked Xiaoyang and the others and suffered a loss, it damaged the dignity and reputation of the law enforcement hall. Therefore, no matter what, he had to take down Xiaoyang and the others to prove the dignity of the law enforcement hall. Xiaoyang laughed coldly and said, "If I take out enough evidence to convince people, then can I prove that San Qianji is the one who slandered us, that he is the one who is in the wrong and should be punished?" San Qianji sneered. He did not believe that Xiaoyang could produce the so-called evidence. If he could, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Besides, Tang had always been protecting him. They were both relatives. How could Tang believe the evidence he provided? It was obvious that Xiaoyang was asking for trouble. "Xiaoyang, if you can provide evidence, I will admit my mistake and accept the punishment. If you can't, you'd better go to the law enforcement hall and admit your guilt and be punished." "San Qianji," answered Xiaoyang proudly. Tang also made a promise to Xiaoyang when he saw that even 3,000 Ji had spoken. He said, "That's right, Xiaoyang. Since 3,000 Ji has spoken, and everyone has heard it, I will naturally enforce the law impartially." "All right, I'll show you the truth then." The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up as he sneered with disdain in his eyes. Then he took out a jade slip and threw it into the air. Immediately after, he operated the power of laws to enlarge the image on the jade slip. This way, everyone could see the image in the air. The video was playing the scene at the inn at the foot of the mountain. After everyone finished watching the video, they understood everything. It turned out that it was just as they had expected. It was all caused by 3,000 extremes. Everything was wrong with the 3,000 poles. 3,000 G's expression turned ugly as his expression changed a few times. He had not expected Xiaoyang to have recorded this scene back then. Now, there was no way for him to continue arguing. Tang's expression was equally ugly as he glanced at 3,000 G with resentment. If Xiaoyang could not produce evidence, he could still cover it up. However, since Xiaoyang had produced evidence, what else could he do? Everything could only be done according to the rules and enforce the law impartially. Tang, it's up to you. Xiaoyang waved his hand and took back the jade slip before looking at Tang with a sneer. Previously, 3,000 G and Tang had made bold claims. Now that they had been slapped in the face, it was up to them to see if they would fulfill their promises. "Senior brothers, it's all my fault. I beg for punishment and am willing to write a letter of repentance. I hope that the sect can forgive me." 3,000 G saw that he could not go against it and hurriedly knelt on the ground to admit his mistake to Tang. At least this way he could gain some points. Since he had taken the initiative to admit his mistake, even if he had to be punished, it would be handled appropriately. In fact, 3,000 G had taken the initiative to admit his mistake because Tang had used his divine sense to order him to do so. Even though Tang did not want to actually punish 3,000 G, he still had to do it on the surface in front of everyone. When he saw 3,000 G take the initiative to kneel on the ground and admit his mistake, Tang grunted coldly and said with a cold expression, 3,000 G, you deceived me and almost made me do something wrong. You can't escape punishment. I'll take you back to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Junior brother accepts your punishment. 3,000 G hurriedly followed and intended to follow Tang, Chinfai, and the others back to the law enforcement hall. Once they left this place, whether or not they would be punished and how they would be punished would be up to them. This was where 3,000 G had lost face, so he did not want to stay here for a moment longer. His hatred towards Xiaoyang rose to another level. Right when they were about to leave, Xiaoyang said indifferently, Tang, 3,000 G were the victims. It's fine if we were wrongly accused. But since the matter has been clarified, then shouldn't the culprit receive our punishment? Zhuqiu Tang's face twitched a few times while his eyes swiftly spun a few times. 3,000 G wanted to flee as soon as possible. But Xiaoyang had utilized the energy of the laws to hold him back, causing him to be unable to move at all, and it terrified him to the point his face turned pale. Yeah, you've already hurt them. Could it be that you don't even apologize? You've wrongly accused them and slandered their entire family. You have no morals at all. Such people are a disgrace to our Jigo sect. The spectators in the surroundings discussed animatedly, and they gazed at 3,000 G, Zhuqiu Tang, and the others with displeasure. Zhuqiu Tang was helpless in the face of public rage. He stood still and gazed coldly at 3,000 G, and he said sternly, 3,000 G, you've offended Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianshan, and you've even attacked Xiaoyang. 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation. Quickly apologize to them. 3,000 G's face was filled with reluctance. However, when he thought about how the consequences were not something he could bear, he had no choice but to kneel on the ground with a thud. He clasped his fists together and revealed a look of guilt. Junior brothers, no. Senior brothers, junior sisters, it's all my fault. I hope that you can forgive me. To make a prodigy of the Jigo sect kneel and apologize was a very humiliating thing for 3,000 G. It would be difficult for him to raise his head in the sect in the future. It would be fine if the wrong person was an almighty expert. However, the problem was that Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoya, and the others were all from the lower realm. They looked down on places like the lower realm. Now that he had to apologize to someone he looked down on, it was indescribable how sullen and uncomfortable he felt. The resentment and hatred in 3,000 G's heart was extremely strong. If he was given a chance, he would definitely kill Xiaoyang again. After seeing 3,000 G apologize, Zhuqiu Tang hurriedly said, Junior brothers and junior sisters, 3,000 G has sincerely apologized. Later, our law enforcement hall will punish him according to the rules and regulations. The sect's rules cannot be violated. I'll take him away now. Take him away. Zhuqiu Tang was afraid that Xiaoyang and the others would refuse. With a roar, he instantly unleashed his cultivation and left quickly. Chapter 966. Along with Zhuqiu Tang, San Qianji, Qinfai, and the others leaving in a sorry state, all the spectators flew over successively, and they revealed smiles on their faces as they said, Congratulations, Senior Brother Qianlu. Congratulations, Senior Brother Qianhuang. Your cultivation has advanced once more. This is Senior Brother Xiaoyang, right? I've heard so much about you. If Senior Brothers don't mind, then why don't you come to my abode to have some tea? I have some good tea. These Jigo sect disciples had all seen Xiaoyang's strength and the rise of 3,000 G and 3,000 G. Therefore, they had made up their minds to get to know Xiaoyang and the others. If they could get Xiaoyang's pointers, their cultivation would be able to take another step forward. Xiaoyang greeted them one by one. The 3,000 G and 3,000 G did the same. As the saying went, don't hit a smiling person. Now that there was no conflict of interest, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the Dragon Maiden watched this scene from behind. Their beautiful faces bloomed with bright smiles. They were proud of Xiaoyang. After these people left, 3,000 G said to Xiaoyang, Senior Brother Xiaoyang, although you've come to the Jigo sect, you haven't gotten the identity token of a Jigo sect disciple. How about this? I'll take you to the hall master so that he can give you an identity token. Xiaoyang didn't refuse. 3,000 G and 3,000 G belonged to the first hall of the Jigo sect. The first hall had many halls. Among them, the training hall was responsible for identity and training. Usually when they went to classes, they would go to the training hall. However, the training hall hadn't had classes for a long time. The people of the first hall seemed to have been left alone. Xiaoyang and the others came to the training hall and asked to see the hall master. The hall master of the training hall, Zhuqiu Hang, came out personally. He glanced at Xiao Yang and the others with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Zhuqiu Heng and Zhuqiu Tang were brothers. He was naturally aware of Zhuqiu Tang's defeat at the hands of Xiao Yang. San Qianji and Zhuqiu Heng were uncle and nephew, so he naturally remembered the humiliation San Qianji suffered. Zhuqiu Heng wanted to vent his anger on behalf of 3,000 Ji and Zhuqiu Tang, but he didn't expect that Xiao Yang's group would come knocking on his door. "Why are you looking for me?" Zhuqiu Heng asked coldly with a cold face. His temperament was distant and gave people the feeling that he was 1,000 miles away. This made Xiao Yang frown. However, considering that the other party was a hall master, he didn't refute him. The expressions of 3,000 Lu and 3,000 desolation changed slightly. They recognized Zhuqiu Heng at the first possible moment, and they were even aware of Zhuqiu Heng's relationship with 3,000 Pol and Zhuqiu Tang. It was precisely because they knew the relationship between them that their expressions turned ugly and their minds became uneasy. "Greetings, Hall Master." 3,000 Flow and 3,000 Desolation hurriedly calmed their emotions and hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. Xiao Yang, Gu Qianqian, and Lan Jiaye were the same. In the Jigo sect, etiquette and rules were very important. This was a matter of morality. 3,000 Desolation said, "Hall Master, we're here to look for Hall Master Lu." Lu Dongxing was the vice hall master of the training hall. He was friendly and humble, and many Jigo sect disciples respected him. On the other hand, they only feared and distanced themselves from Hall Master Zhuqiu Heng. They didn't dare to approach him. Logically speaking, Vice Hall Master Lu Dongxing had been in charge of the training hall for so long, so they should have run into him today. They didn't expect Hall Master Zhuqiu Heng to come out of seclusion early. Therefore, 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation were stunned by today's accident and didn't know what to do. This was like bringing Xiao Yang to an enemy. They felt very guilty and sorry for Xiao Yang. "Why are you looking for Hall Master Lu? I can do the same for you." Zhuqiu Heng gave people an unquestionable sense of majesty. This made 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation panic. Xiao Yang also heard the hostility in his words. "Hall Master, we're looking for Vice Hall Master Lu for personal matters, so we won't trouble you. Since Vice Hall Master Lu isn't here, we'll take our leave first." 3,000 Lu hurriedly said. Then he bowed and hurriedly led them away. "Stop!" They didn't want to provoke Zhuqiu Heng, but Zhuqiu Heng didn't want to let them go so easily. After shouting, he released Wu Zun's terrifying aura of the 7th rank. The huge aura enveloped Xiao Yang and the others, scaring Xiao Yang and the others into a panic. "What other orders do you have, Hall Master?" 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation hurriedly lowered their heads and asked. Facing such a powerhouse, they didn't dare to have the slightest thought of resisting. "Who are these people? Why does this Hall Master look unfamiliar?" Zhuqiu Heng's sharp gaze fell on Xiao Yang, Lan Jiaye, and Gu Qianqian as he asked coldly. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation were a bit nervous. "Hall Master, this is Xiao Yang. These three are Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaye, and Long Nu. They're all junior brothers of the poison sect in the lower realm. They're here because they've been summoned by our sect." "Oh, so it's Xiao Yang." Zhuqiu Heng pretended to be enlightened. In truth, he'd recognized Xiao Yang long ago and wanted to make trouble for Xiao Yang and the others, but he didn't have the chance. Wasn't this an opportunity? Of course, as the hall master of the training hall, he wouldn't stoop so low as to use underhanded methods to deal with Xiao Yang and the others. If he wanted to deal with Xiao Yang and the others, he only needed to use an overt scheme. In any case, he was the hall master and had plenty of methods to deal with Xiao Yang and the others. He only needed to play a little tricks in official matters. "Xiao Yang, I know you. Since the sect summoned you, we should give you an identity and a corresponding abode." Zhuqiu Heng smiled. Of course, he wasn't so easy to talk to. Although these things had to be given, Xiaoyang had to use his strength to fight for them. If something happened to Xiaoyang in the process of fighting for them, then Xiaoyang had only himself to blame. This was Zhuqiuheng openly using his position to avenge private wrongs. Even others couldn't say anything. At this point, 3,000 Streams said, Hall Master, apart from personal matters, we also have an official matter to discuss with Vice Hall Master Lu. That is to help Xiaoyang get his identity token and cave abode. According to 3,000 Lu's original intention, he didn't want Zhuqiuheng to find out about this, but it couldn't be helped. Zhuqiuheng had personally asked for the abode and identity token, so he couldn't refuse, right? I understand. Then follow me. So long as you pass the test, you'll naturally be able to obtain the identity token. Zhuqiuheng spoke in a dignified manner. He didn't allow Xiaoyang and the others to refuse. He erupted with Wu Zun's terrifying cultivation at the 7th rank, and with a wave of his hand, he instantly brought all of them away. When they appeared once more, they'd already arrived at a test room. There were 3 5th-rank Wu Zun puppets in the test room. These 5th-rank Wu Zun puppets possessed enormous might and shocking combat strength. Chapter 9, 67. In the past, Qin Fai and Qin Fajing from the enforcement hall had come here to take the test. They were both at the 4th rank of Wu Zun, and they joined forces to take the test. However, the outcome was that they weren't even able to resist a single attack from the 3 puppets and were directly blasted flying. If this still didn't prove how formidable the 3 puppets were, then Zhuqiuheng was an example. Zhuqiuheng from the 5th rank of Wu Zun had come here to take the test with the intention of testing his strength. In the end, he was similarly defeated by the 3 puppets with a single move and suffered a heavy injury. Wu Zun's 6th rank experts had come here to take the test as well, but they'd still lost in the end. However, they hadn't lost so miserably. It was even to the extent that Zhuqiuheng from the 7th rank of Wu Zun had taken the test as well, and he'd exhausted a tremendous amount of strength before barely being able to defeat the 3 puppets. This obviously showed that the strength of the 3 puppets was unfathomable. Now, Zhuqiuheng had personally led them here to allow Xiaoyang to take the test against the 3 puppets. His malicious intentions were obvious, and he definitely intended to rely on this test to make Xiaoyang suffer greatly so that he could teach Xiaoyang a lesson and vent the anger of Zhuqiuheng, 3,000 G, and the others. When they saw this situation, 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation were extremely furious, and their eyes revealed displeasure and resentment. However, they didn't dare make it too obvious. After all, Zhuqiuheng was the hall master of the training hall at any rate, and he was a 7th rank expert of Wu Zun. If they completely offended him, then they would suffer. Yes, it's just as all of you have seen. So long as Xiaoyang defeats the 3 puppets, then he'll naturally be able to easily obtain the identity token. The corners of Zhuqiuheng's mouth curled up as he sneered, and then he gazed calmly at Xiaoyang's group. Didn't they want the Jigo Sect's acknowledgement? Then I'll make things difficult for them from here on. He crossed his arms before his chest and gazed at them with a mocking expression. After all, they'd completely offended Zhuqiuheng and 3,000 G earlier. As a relative of Zhuqiuheng and 3,000 G, he naturally had the obligation to help them get revenge and teach Xiaoyang, 3,000 Desolation, 3,000 Lu, and the others a lesson. Xiaoyang, you can't. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation hastily reminded Xiaoyang. Anyone could tell that the 3 puppets were extremely powerful and invincible. At the very least, it was not something that they could defeat. If they were to force their way through, they would definitely be the ones to suffer in the end. They might even be seriously injured or even die. After all, Zhuqiuheng harbored ill intentions. Once he ordered the 3 puppets to kill Xiaoyang. Then even if the hall master found out about it, he wouldn't punish the hall master for Xiaoyang. To the first hall master, the hall master was much more important than Xiaoyang. As for the Jigo sect leader, don't even think about it. Xiaoyang will probably never see the Jigo sect leader in his life. 3,000 Flow, and 3,000 Desolation had been in the Jigo sect for decades, but they had yet to see the sect leader of the Jigo sect. From this, it could be seen that Zhuqiuheng was deliberately making things difficult for Xiaoyang. He even wanted to kill Xiaoyang. Even the usually innocent dragon lady could feel the danger and killing intent from this subtle emotion. She nervously clenched her slender fingers and frowned as she looked at Xiaoyang. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaoye were the same. Their beautiful faces were ugly as they gnashed their teeth in anger. They wanted to stop Xiaoyang and hoped that Xiaoyang wouldn't act rashly. However, Xiaoyang didn't listen to them. With a determined expression, he said indifferently, "I can try." Since the other party had already shown him his knife, Xiaoyang naturally had no reason to compromise or back down. If he compromised once and bent his back once, then there was a possibility that he would bend his back a second time and a third time. He would never be able to raise his head again in this lifetime. Therefore, even though Xiaoyang knew that the three puppets were very powerful and that Zhuqiuheng didn't have good intentions, he still wanted to test them. "Xiaoyang, let's test it too. It just so happens that we haven't tested it in a long time." 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation tried to persuade Xiaoyang. Seeing how determined Xiaoyang was, they knew that they couldn't persuade Xiaoyang. They could only participate and share the joys and sorrows with Xiaoyang. "We'll participate as well." Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and Dragon Lady also spoke resolutely. Knowing that there were tigers on the mountain, they still went to the mountain. This wasn't courting death, but fulfilling righteousness. Whether it was 3,000 Lu, 3,000 Desolation, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, or Dragon Lady, they didn't want to see Xiaoyang face danger alone. "Hee." Zhuqiuheng looked at them and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he said indifferently, "All right, if you want to test it together, I'll allow it. However, I'll kindly remind you that if you get injured or die, it's your own fault. It has nothing to do with me." Zhuqiuheng wished for nothing more than to capture them all in one go. It wasn't just Xiaoyang that made Zhuqiuheng and 3,000 Desolation lose face. It was also the 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation that made them lose face. So, Zhuqiuheng was very happy to teach them an unforgettable lesson. Xiaoyang refused them and said, "I'll take the test alone. All of you don't have to participate." This, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were in a difficult position. "How can we do that? How can we let you take the risk alone?" 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation hesitated as well. Xiaoyang blinked and said, "It's decided. Don't say anything. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Even though the three puppets were very strong, they were still puppets in the end. It wasn't like he was completely helpless against them. As far as Zhuqiuheng was concerned, Xiaoyang was definitely dead. Xiaoyang only had one level 4 Wu Zun puppet. Even one level 5 Wu Zun puppet would be difficult for him, let alone 3. He watched coldly from the sidelines and said, "Xiaoyang, since you've decided, then go ahead." Xiaoyang unleashed his cultivation and instantly jumped into the three puppets. Bang! 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 After the three puppets sensed that someone was challenging them, their eyes that were originally asleep instantly opened, and then they waved their hands and attacked Xiaoyang madly. Because they were only puppets, they couldn't grasp cultivation or martial skills. They only relied on the strength of their physical bodies and their movement techniques to attack Xiaoyang. To put it simply, this wasn't a competition of martial skills or cultivation at all, but a competition of physical strength and movement techniques. This was the reason why Xiaoyang dared to face them head-on. Ordinary cultivators focused on cultivation, such as Zhuqiuheng and Zhuqiuheng. Their cultivation was strong, but their physical bodies weren't necessarily strong. However, Xiaoyang was different. Xiaoyang was a cultivator whose cultivation and physical body improved together. In addition to his powerful cultivation, his physical body was also very strong, reaching the level of Wu Zun's level 4 physical body. Therefore, Xiaoyang unleashed the power of Wu Zun's level 4 physical body to fight the three puppets. Puppets were not real people, so they did not feel pain, nor did they feel tired. They would only attack according to the preset program, unless they were destroyed. Even if they were disabled, they would still attack without feeling pain or tiredness. Chapter 968. Xiao Yang relied on the might of the fourth-rank Wu Zun's body to fight the three puppets in close combat. He was extremely ferocious and possessed extraordinary strength, and he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position at all. He fought back and forth with the 3/5-rank Wu Zun puppets, and they were equally matched. This caused 3,000 desolation, 3,000 Lu, and the others to be shocked, flabbergasted, and filled with disbelief. My God! Senior brother Xiao Yang is too formidable. His body is actually so formidable to the point he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting 3/5-rank Wu Zun puppets. It's truly unbelievable. This has simply overturned my worldview. So it turns out that senior brother Xiao Yang is so formidable. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 desolation gulped down a mouthful of saliva as they watched with shock. As outstanding disciples of the Jigo sect, they knew that, normally speaking, so long as one's cultivation was formidable, then one's body would definitely be weak, because no one had so much time and energy to cultivate along with their body. However, Xiao Yang had actually accomplished it. Zhuqiu Hang was extremely shocked as well, and he gazed at Xiao Yang with shock. He originally intended to utilize the three formidable puppets to teach Xiao Yang a lesson, and it would be best if he could kill Xiao Yang. However, he never expected that Xiao Yang's body would actually be so formidable and had simply exceeded his imagination. The intense battle continued. 2 hours later, the three puppets had been blasted into pieces. On the other hand, blood flowed out from the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth as he stood before Zhuqiu Hang, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he smiled and said, "Hall Master, have I passed?" He definitely passed. The three puppets had been blasted into pieces. The reason he asked this was none other than to slap Zhuqiu Hang on the face. Everyone knew Zhuqiu Hang's sinister intentions, and now Xiao Yang had even seen through his scheme, causing his scheme to be unable to succeed. Zhuqiu Hang's face was livid and ashen, and then he grunted coldly before he withdrew a command token and tossed it to Xiao Yang. He said, "You've passed. This is the identity token you deserve. Besides that, the abode is right next to 3,000 Lus." "Thank you, Hall Master." Xiao Yang took the identity token, grinned, and thanked him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Then he cupped his fists and left with the 3,000 streams and the others. After leaving the testing room, 3,000 desolation and 3,000 stream could not help but compliment Xiao Yang. "Senior brother Xiao Yang, I really didn't expect your physical body to be so strong. Your strength is simply unfathomable. That's right, you really shocked us. To think that we were sweating for you." Xiao Yang expressed his gratitude to them. Halfway there, he seemed to have thought of something and said, I forgot. Isn't the cave abode next to the 3,000 stream 3,000 light?" 3,000 stream also suddenly stopped in his tracks and said in astonishment, "That's right. I didn't pay attention just now. This is going to be difficult." 3,000 light is very impressive. His cultivation has long reached the 5th level of Wu Zun. A few years ago, he went out on a mission. It has been 3 years since then, and he hasn't returned. Many people guessed that 3,000 light has fallen. The cave abode is empty, so Zhuqiu Hang gave up this cave abode. 3,000 desolation frowned and explained. Xiao Yang comforted them and said, "Let's take it one step at a time. What's the point of thinking so much now?" Arriving at the cave abode, Xiao Yang opened the door with the identity token in his hand and entered. 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation were also curious, so they followed in. The structure of the cave abode inside was similar, just like the cave abodes of 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation. Just as they were cleaning up together, they saw a person slowly walking in from the entrance of the cave abode. It was 3,000 light. This immediately made 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation feel awkward. They were once neighbors, so they knew each other. Now that they had barged into this cave abode, it was a little unreasonable. Senior brother, 3,000 light, 3,000 stream, and 3,000 desolation hurriedly greeted 3,000 light. 3,000 light's cultivation was higher than theirs before, and now they didn't know how high it was. It was normal for them to call him senior brother and bow to him. Yes, junior brother, 3,000 desolation. Junior brother, 3,000 stream. What are you guys doing? 3,000 light frowned and asked in confusion. He had just returned from a mission outside and planned to stay at home for a few days. However, he met 3,000 G on the way. 3,000 G told him that his cave abode had been occupied, so 3,000 light couldn't wait to rush back. As a result, he saw 3,000 stream and the others in his cave abode. 3,000 stream hurriedly explained, Senior brother, 3,000 light, you've been out on missions for several years. The hall master thought that this cave abode was empty, so he gave the use of this cave abode to Xiaoyang. How about this? Since you're back, Xiaoyang should give the cave abode to you. When Xiaoyang saw that the main character had arrived, he sighed and cupped his fists towards 3,000 light. He said, Xiaoyang greets senior brother, 3,000 light. Since senior brother is back, I'll go find the hall master and ask for another cave abode. Seeing that Xiaoyang was so tactful, 3,000 light didn't want to pursue the matter. In addition, his two neighbors, 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation, were also here, so he gave them face. Yes, you guys can stay here if you like. It doesn't matter if you have one more or one less. Besides, I'm out on missions all year round, so I don't stay for long. 3,000 light said in a friendly manner. He was a nice guy to begin with. If someone forcibly occupied his cave abode, he would naturally refuse. After all, this was a matter of face slapping. However, if he invited someone to stay, the meaning was different. It could show his hospitality. Thank you, senior brother, 3,000 light. There's no need for that. I can stay in senior brother, 3,000 stream, and senior brother, 3,000 desolations, cave abodes, for the time being. If not, we can go down the mountain and stay. Xiaoyang smiled and rejected 3,000 light's enthusiasm. He also felt that 3,000 light was at most being polite. If he really wanted this cave abode, 3,000 light would probably feel uncomfortable in his heart. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaoyang and the others bid farewell and left. 3,000 light looked at Xiaoyang's back, thought for a moment, and said, Xiaoyang, I want to fight with you. What do you think? Was he looking for trouble, or was he trying to put on an act? This made Xiaoyang very puzzled. 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation raised their eyebrows and said with a smile, Senior brother, 3,000 light, Xiaoyang is not your match. I think we should just forget about it. The two of them didn't want Xiaoyang to fight with 3,000 light. 3 years ago, 3,000 light was already Wu Zun's level 5 mighty figure. Now that 3 years had passed, only God knew how terrifying 3,000 light's cultivation had risen to. If Xiaoyang were to fight with him, Xiaoyang would be asking for trouble. Could it be that 3,000 light was angry about them trespassing the cave abode? It didn't make sense. In the hearts of 3,000 stream and 3,000 desolation, 3,000 light wasn't such a person. Xiaoyang, I've heard of you. I know your character. Don't let me down. Tomorrow, back mountain. After saying this, 3,000 light no longer paid attention to 3,000 stream and the others. He turned around and prepared to rest in the cave abode. After Xiaoyang and the others left the cave abode, they heard the noise outside. Chapter 969. There were already many Jigo sect disciples gathered outside, and they were all discussing. Have you heard? Senior brother, 3,000 light is back, and he's going to fight Xiaoyang. I know. The time is tomorrow, and the location is at the back of the mountain. Senior brother, 3000 Light was already Wu Zun's stage 5 powerhouse 3 years ago. Now that 3 years have passed, I wonder how powerful he has become. I think Xiao Yang is going to lose. Not necessarily. You all know about the 3 stage 5 puppets of Wu Zun in the testing room, right? Even a 6th order martial venerable would find it hard to defeat them, and would only be able to fight to a draw. However, Xiao Yang was able to defeat the 3 puppets. This proves that Xiao Yang's strength is unparalleled, and he may not lose to senior brother 3000 Light. Why do you think senior brother 3000 Light and senior brother Xiao Yang are going to fight? Isn't it simple? It's obviously Zhuqiu Tang, Zhuqiu Hang, and 3000 Light's plan. Based on the discussion of these Jigo sect disciples, Xiao Yang immediately heard something fishy. He finally understood why 3000 Light wanted to fight him. It turned out that 3000 Light rushed back because 3000 Light sent him a message. Zhuqiu Tang even threatened 3000 Light with the lives of his family and wanted 3000 Light to teach Xiao Yang a lesson. Xiao Yang, 3000 Desolation, 3000 Light, and the others understood. 3000 Light was a friendly person, and he definitely wouldn't bully the weak. At this moment, they all understood. It was 3000 Light and Zhuqiu Tang's plan. Despicable, shameless despicable. 3000 Light and 3000 Desolation cursed fiercely. They knew that 3000 Light and Zhuqiu Tang were sinister, but they didn't expect them to be so sinister. It was beyond their imagination. Lan Jia, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Lady were also so angry that their faces turned red, and they clenched their fists. Senior brother Xiao Yang, do you have any ideas? 3000 Light asked Xiao Yang. Tomorrow, 3000 Lights would have a decisive battle with him. How could Xiao Yang not fight? The reason why 3000 Lights wanted to fight was because Zhuqiu Tang had threatened him, so he had no choice but to fight. If Zhuqiu Tang and 3000 Extremes hadn't interfered, 3000 Lights and Xiao Yang might have become best friends. Xiao Yang blinked and said, I'm sure senior brother 3000 Light has already made arrangements. We just have to wait. Naturally, he knew that he had been tricked. He had just heard the 3000 Lights challenge declaration in the cave, and it had already spread like wildfire outside. It could be seen that someone had already spread the rumor in advance. No one dared to question whether 3000 Lights would challenge Xiao Yang. The rumors had already spread, and when the time came, they would have no choice but to accept the challenge. Apart from 3000 Poles and Zhuqiu Tang, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would use such a despicable method to deal with Xiao Yang. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, at dawn behind the mountain, the honest, friendly, and tolerant 3000 Light was already waiting here. Around them, many disciples of the Jiguang sect had gathered. Some of them admired 3000 Lights and were here to support and cheer for him. Some respected Xiao Yang and were here to support Xiao Yang and cheer for Xiao Yang. Of course, most of them were here to watch the show and join in the fun. Apart from these Jigo sect disciples, the people behind the scenes had also appeared. It was 3000 Lights, Zhuqiu Tang, and the others. Even the training hall's hall master, Zhuqiu Hang, had come. Basically, everyone who should be here was here, except for Xiao Yang and a few others. Uncle, I did a good job, right? 3000 Lights glanced at the crowd and then asked Zhuqiu Tang, waiting to be praised. Yes, you did well. 3000 Lights cultivation was already extraordinary 3 years ago, let alone now. Even if 3000 Lights can't deal with Xiao Yang, we won't lose anything. On the contrary, Xiao Yang, 3000 Desolation, 3000 Streams, and the others will lose a friend like 3000 Lights. Zhuqiu Tang narrowed his eyes and smiled as he praised 3000 Lights. Zhuqiu Hang coughed and signaled them to be careful. After all, this was a public place. They were afraid that people with ulterior motives would find out if they talked about such things here. After waiting for an hour, Xiaoyang still didn't show up. This inevitably made many onlookers look down on him. That Xiaoyang doesn't dare to show up, right? He's simply a coward. Previously, I even admired him. I didn't expect him to be a coward who's afraid of death. Many people who came to watch the show were led astray by some people with ulterior motives. As they shouted, a group of people slowly flew over from not far away. It was Xiaoyang and the others. Xiaoyang landed in front of 3,000 lights and looked at him calmly. 3,000 lights also looked at Xiaoyang. The two of them had nothing to say. Xiaoyang, you really didn't disappoint me. 3,000 lights thought to himself. 3,000 lights, why aren't you doing anything? What are you waiting for? Zhuqiu Tang shouted at 3,000 lights and urged him. He came to see how Xiaoyang was killed, not to see the two of them talk about love. 3,000 lights released Wu Zun's terrifying rank 6 aura with a bang and said slowly, Xiaoyang, do you have the guts to continue fighting with me? One had to know that Xiaoyang was currently only Wu Zun's rank 4, a full 2 realms away from 3,000 lights. The difference of 1 realm was like a chasm between heaven and earth, let alone the difference of 2 realms. Xiaoyang laughed lightly and said confidently, why wouldn't I dare? Although he didn't have the confidence to defeat 3,000 lights, it wasn't easy for 3,000 lights to kill him either. Although Xiaoyang's cultivation realm was inferior to 3,000 lights, in terms of life-saving means, he far surpassed anyone present. Very good, you have the guts. Today we'll play a big game. Let's see if you have the guts. 3,000 lights nodded in satisfaction, his fighting spirit soaring. How do you want to play? No matter how. I'll play with you. Xiaoyang's expression was firm. 3,000 lights smiled, then turned around, and his gaze fell on Zhuqiu. He said calmly, Hall Master Zhuqiu, I, 3,000 lights, obtained 2 challenge flags after completing the mission. With these challenge flags, I can challenge anyone. Now, I, 3,000 lights, will use 1 challenge flag to challenge you. I hope you won't disappoint me. In addition, I'll give the other challenge flag to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, do you dare to accept it? 3,000 lights took out 2 challenge flags, then sent one of them to Xiaoyang through his cultivation. Xiaoyang received it and said gratefully, Thank you, Senior Brother 3,000 lights. It's said that after using this challenge flag, life and death doesn't matter. I wonder if that's true? 3,000 lights chuckled and said, Of course it's true. That's why this is considered a big game. The matter was already very clear. Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights had joined forces, and their targets were Zhuqiu, Zhuqiu Tang, 3,000 lights, and the others. This turn of events caused everyone present to be flabbergasted and in disbelief. The numerous spectators had originally come to watch the battle between Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights, but it had actually evolved into the 2 of them joining forces against Zhuqiu Tang and the others. Chapter 970. Those who couldn't figure it out were shocked. Those who figured it out were even more shocked. It was obvious that Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights made such a decision because of some reason. The reason was the scheme of Zhuqiu Tang, 3,000 lights, and Zhuqiu. Many of the people present had seen how domineering and vicious they were, so they immediately understood. Although they didn't shout, they couldn't help but roar in their hearts. Kill them so that they won't harm us. 3,000 desolation and 3,000 lights were stunned. They stood on the spot and looked at 3,000 lights and Xiaoyang with dumbfounded expressions. They never expected that 3,000 lights would actually challenge Zhuqiu, who was at the 7th rank of Wu Zun. That was the Hall Master. Didn't he say that he would fight Xiaoyang? Although Xiaoyang had warned them that 3,000 lights would make arrangements, they were still frightened when they saw this arrangement. The terror of Wu Zun's 7th rank was simply unimaginable. To think that 3,000 lights had such guts, it was simply not something that ordinary people could guess. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Long Nu were a little excited. They were so excited that their faces were flushed red. Then they began to feel nervous. They were excited because Xiao Yang and 3,000 Lights had turned hostility into friendship. They were nervous because they were about to face an even stronger opponent. Whether it was Wu Zun's 5th rank Zhuqiu Tang or Wu Zun's 7th rank Zhuqiu Hang, they weren't easy to deal with. "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Zhuqiu Hang asked in a dignified manner. He originally came to watch the show, to watch 3,000 Lights and Xiao Yang fight. This was also a scheme that they had set up previously to push the two of them to this point. He didn't expect that he would become a part of the scheme now. This was very different from what he had imagined. If 3,000 Lights wanted to court death, Zhuqiu Hang didn't mind fulfilling his wish. The Hall Master's dignity couldn't be challenged. It was good that he could raise his own dignity here. "That's right, Hall Master's Wa. I've long wanted to fight you," 3,000 Lights said firmly. Zhuqiu Tang, 3,000 Lights, and the others were instantly furious. "How dare you, 3,000 Lights? How dare you challenge the Hall Master's dignity? You're asking for humiliation. You still don't know what's good for you and fight with Xiao Yang? Be careful, or I'll teach you a lesson." Zhuqiu Tang and 3,000 Pole shouted at 3,000 Light, threatening him. 3,000 Lights chuckled, naturally understanding the meaning behind their words. However, he refused to obey. If it weren't for Zhuqiu Tang and 3,000 Extreme's despicable methods, threatening the lives of his family members, 3,000 Lights wouldn't have fallen out with them. After all, if he could be threatened once, then he could be threatened a second time. Therefore, in order to solve this problem once and for all, the only way was to completely eradicate them. Fortunately, he still had Xiao Yang as a helper, so he wasn't fighting alone. He had already planned for this matter. As long as he held Zhuqiu Tang back, Xiao Yang would be able to deal with Zhuqiu Tang or 3,000 Poles. Seeing the changes in the scene, the spectators all fell silent and chose to watch calmly from the side. The turn of events was beyond their imagination. They knew that 3,000 Lights and 3,000 Extreme represented the disadvantaged group and issued a challenge to Zhuqiu Tang and 3,000 Extreme. If they succeeded, then these disadvantaged groups wouldn't have to suffer the oppression and exploitation of 3,000 Extreme, Zhuqiu Tang, and the others. If they failed, then the humiliation they suffered in the future would multiply, and it would solidify the supreme status of Zhuqiu Tang, Zhuqiu Hang, and the others. "All right, stop making noise." Zhuqiu Hang suppressed the atmosphere in his heart and stopped 3,000 Extreme and Zhuqiu Tang. After that, he flew up and descended before 3,000 Lights, and then he said coldly, 3,000 Lights, those who challenge me never have a good ending. I hope you're prepared." 3,000 Lights smiled indifferently and wasn't afraid at all, and he said calmly, "Of course. The winner lives, while the loser dies under the challenge flag." If he failed, then 3,000 Lights didn't intend to live either. After the two of them decided on the tone of the battle, Xiao Yang spoke loudly as well. "Zhuqiu Tang, 3,000 Extreme. I, Xiao Yang, challenge both of you with the challenge flag in my hand. Of course, if you're afraid of death, then you can bring slave left mirror and right mirror with you." Whoosh! Along with Xiao Yang's voice, everyone present was shocked and went into an uproar. Even though they knew that Xiao Yang had made peace with 3,000 Lights and joined forces against the enemy, they never imagined that Xiao Yang would be so boastful to actually want to take down Zhuqiu Tang. 3,000 Extreme, slave left mirror and right mirror in one go. After all, apart from 3,000 Extreme, who was a rank 3 Wu Zun, the remaining enemies were all rank 3 above Wu Zun. Slave left mirror and right mirror were rank 4 Wu Zun, and Zhuqiu Tang was rank 5 Wu Zun. On the other hand, Xiao Yang was merely a rank 4 Wu Zun expert. Even if Xiao Yang could easily kill 3,000 Extreme, it would probably be a draw against slave left mirror and right mirror. However, the enemy had Zhuqiu Tang, whose cultivation was higher than theirs, and that was worrying. Xiaoyang, you're courting death. Zhuqiu Tang was instantly enraged. This damn Xiaoyang actually dared to openly challenge the Zhuo family. This was the greatest insult and provocation to them, and they couldn't tolerate it. 3000 Extreme was also annoyed and at the same time a little scared. When he was in the lower realm, he was once defeated by Xiaoyang and captured by Xiaoyang. Now that Xiaoyang had grown to such a level, how could he still fight against him? He would probably be eaten by Xiaoyang until not even his bones were left. He originally thought that he could use 3000 lights to deal with Xiaoyang by scheming, but he didn't expect that he would screw up and shoot himself in the foot. 3000 Extreme was both angry and anxious. If he didn't accept the challenge, he would be a coward, and it would be extremely embarrassing. The Zhuo family's reputation would be completely ruined by him, and he and the Zhuo family wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the sect in the future. Xiaoyang, let's fight. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. 3000 Extreme shouted loudly with a ferocious expression and eyes filled with rage. In any case, there was slave left mirror and slave right mirror. So 3000 Extreme wasn't so afraid that he didn't even have the courage to enter the arena. Not to mention that Zhuqiu Tang was here. Zhuqiu Tang's gaze was sharp and icy cold as he stared fiercely at Xiaoyang and grunted coldly. Xiaoyang, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go. He shouted and was the first to erupt with his cultivation, fly up and appear before Xiaoyang. 3000 Extreme. Slave left mirror and slave right mirror flew up behind him and arrived by Zhuqiu Tang's side. The four of them were going to fight Xiaoyang. This scene made everyone feel nervous and excited, and their faces flushed with excitement as they clenched their fists tightly. Even though they were afraid of Zhuqiu Tang, 3000 Extreme and the others and didn't dare cheer, but they supported Xiaoyang and 3000 lights very much in their hearts. They wished for nothing more than for the two of them to slaughter Zhuqiu Tang and the others so that they wouldn't be bullied in the future. Chapter 971. Do your best, cousin. Young master, do your best. Lan Jiaoye, Dragon Maiden, and Gu Qianqian secretly cheered Xiaoyang on. This battle was very important. If they lost, they would die. If they won, they would gain a huge reputation and eliminate the villains. 3000 Desolation and 3000 Flow became nervous. At the same time, they felt excited and wished they could be the ones to fight. To be honest, after sensing 3000 Light and Xiaoyang's battle intent, they couldn't wait to fight. Unfortunately, they didn't have any challenge flags. 3000 Light looked at Xiaoyang in shock. He dared to challenge Wu Zun and rank 7 Zhuqiu. Naturally, he had the corresponding strength. However, he never expected that Xiaoyang would dare to challenge for people at once. Moreover, 3 of them were not weaker than Xiaoyang. One had to admit that Xiaoyang was really brave. In 3000 Light's opinion, even if Xiaoyang was willing to fight with him, he would only dare to challenge Zhuqiu Tang at most. Even if Xiaoyang only dared to challenge Zhuqiu Tang, 3000 Light would be satisfied. However, Xiaoyang's actions greatly surprised him. The more he looked at Xiaoyang, the more he liked him. Junior brother Xiaoyang, be careful. Don't die. We still have to drink together later. 3000 Light chuckled and said to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's behavior had already gained his approval. He didn't mind taking care of Xiaoyang like a little brother. You be careful too. Xiaoyang blinked and responded. Stop being so wishy-washy and naggy. Do it. 3000 Light was furious when he saw Xiaoyang and 3000 Light flirting with each other. He originally planned to use 3000 Light's family to force 3000 Light to kill Xiaoyang. However, he overreached himself. One could imagine how angry and aggrieved he was. Once this matter was over, Zhuqiu and Zhuqiu Tang wouldn't be nice to him. After he shouted, left mirror slave and right mirror slave immediately erupted with the power of law and used powerful martial skills to fiercely attack Xiaoyang. 3000 Pole himself stood on the other side and did not make a move. He was only Wu Zun's rank 3 cultivation. Fighting with Xiaoyang was simply courting death. He wouldn't make a move unless he had no other choice. When Zhuqiu Tang saw slave, left mirror, and slave, right mirror fighting, he also unleashed his origin energy and executed his martial skill. He charged ferociously at Xiaoyang. On the other hand, 3000 Extreme was glaring like a tiger watching its prey from the side. As long as there was an opportunity, he would also unleash a martial technique to launch an attack. Although he wasn't Xiaoyang's opponent, it was more than enough to create interference from the side. The pressure on Xiaoyang suddenly multiplied. Although he had fought with Wu Zun and a Type 4 Divine Warrior before, facing 4 enemies at once was still difficult. He executed many martial skills and continuously counterattacked. When 3000 Light saw Xiaoyang make a move, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a shout, he released the power of law and launched an attack on Zhuqiu Hang. As long as he killed Zhuqiu Hang first, he could become in existence to suppress the situation. Although he didn't have 100% confidence in killing Zhuqiu Hang, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would fight desperately. Thousand poisonous hands. Barbaric God's Finger. Soulful Hand. Poison Dragon Claw. Cloud Pushing Palm. One martial skill after another was executed by Xiaoyang. These martial skills were all executed with the power of law. Because he executed too many martial skills at once, and the power was extraordinary, he wasn't at a disadvantage. He was evenly matched with Zhuqiu Tang, slave left mirror, right mirror slave, and 3000 Extreme. This made Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and 3000 Desolation heave a sigh of relief and calm their minds. 3000 Light also relaxed a lot. He admired Xiaoyang very much and thought highly of Xiaoyang. Originally, he was worried that Xiaoyang would be defeated by Zhuqiu Tang and the others. Now, it seemed like he was just being paranoid. Next, he focused on fighting Zhuqiu Hang. 3 years ago, he had already reached Wu Zun's rank 5 cultivation base. Now that 3 years had passed, he had already raised his cultivation base to Wu Zun's rank 6. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to fight with Zhuqiu Hang. 3000 Light, do you think you can defeat me just because you've raised your cultivation base to Wu Zun's rank 6? You're delusional. Now, I'll let you know how terrifying Wu Zun's rank 7 is. Zhuqiu Hang snorted coldly and released a boundless power. The majestic power shrouded down, causing people to be shocked. The martial skills he executed were even more shocking. They were all Earth-class martial skills with great power and great damage. The martial skills that 3000 Light executed were all Earth-class martial skills. They were even more powerful than Zhuqiu Hang's martial skills, and their damage was off the charts. This greatly shocked Zhuqiu Hang. Therefore, it was obvious that 3000 Light must have had a fortuitous encounter during the 3 years he was on a mission. Otherwise, how could he obtain so many Earth-class martial skills? Even Zhuqiu Hang, a Hall Master, couldn't compare to him. 3000 Light, you must have had a fortuitous encounter. I won't kill you. After I defeat you, you just have to hand over those Earth-class martial skills, and I'll spare your life. Zhuqiu Hang looked at the martial skills that 3000 Light executed and was greatly tempted. If he could learn these martial skills, his combat strength would be greatly improved. He wouldn't be in a tie with 3000 Light like he was now. 3000 Light ignored him and continued to fight with him calmly and persistently. His attacks were fierce and extraordinary. Everyone present trembled with fear as they watched the fight. Xiaoyang knew that 3000 Light wouldn't attack easily. He would only launch a sneak attack when he found a flaw. Therefore, Xiaoyang decided to create a flaw. He roared and pushed out with both hands. His palms contained a shocking amount of magic power. Zhuqiu Tang was pleasantly surprised when he saw this. His face was filled with excitement. He suddenly roared and pushed out with both hands. His hands contained a terrifying amount of magic power and collided with Xiaoyang's. "Transmit your cultivation to me," said Yi Futian. Zhuqiu Tang shouted again after his palms collided with Xiaoyang's. Yes. Slave left mirror and slave right mirror didn't hesitate at all. They hurriedly went behind Zhuqiu Tang and injected their cultivation into Zhuqiu Tang's body to help him attack Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was naturally no match for them. He was forced to retreat continuously with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Xiaoyang, you're dead meat." 3,000 lights' eyes narrowed when he saw this. Shocking killing intent flowed in his eyes. Wasn't this the opportunity he was waiting for? Now that Xiaoyang and Zhuqiu Tang's palms were colliding and couldn't be separated easily, it was convenient for him to launch his killer move. A figure instantly charged at Xiaoyang, intending to take Xiaoyang's life. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. With a thought, the power of laws circulated. It was the law of teleportation. He used the greater teleportation technique and instantly teleported the 3,000 light that was charging over to him, which was also in front of Zhuqiu Tang and the others. Chapter 972. Zhuqiu Tang had a bad feeling. His expression changed drastically as he shouted, "No!" However, his words were still too late. 3,000 G's body was no longer under his control. Under the effect of the shifting laws, he instantly crashed into the center of the two palms. Boom! A dull sound was heard as the infinite power and cultivation of both sides instantly acted on 3,000 G's body and blasted him into a bloody mist. Only 3,000 G's screams could be heard. Then, 3,000 G's figure disappeared. 3,000 G had completely fallen. Whoosh! Many onlookers were in an uproar as shock appeared on their faces. Xiaoyang was fighting 1 against 4, yet he was still able to kill the cautious 3,000 apex. It could be seen just how strong Xiaoyang was. It was simply unbelievable. "Xiaoyang, you're courting death. I'll tear you into pieces." Zhuqiu Tang saw 3,000 G's tragic death and couldn't help but roar. His expression was ferocious and his eyes were bloodshot. Boundless killing intent poured out of his body as his aura firmly locked onto Xiaoyang. "Young master." Slave left mirror and slave right mirror were also furious as they stared at Xiaoyang with hatred. They didn't expect Xiaoyang to use them. Otherwise, 3,000 G wouldn't have fallen. "Haha, it's your turn now." Xiaoyang smiled coldly. He had suffered some minor injuries from the joint attack of the three. However, it didn't matter. It was worth it for him to exchange 3,000 G's life. Xiaoyang blinked as the corner of his mouth curled up. He looked at Zhuqiu Tang and the other two playfully. Earth Chi Azure Dragon. He then used a mid-grade Earth-class martial skill and summoned endless Earth Chi. The dense Earth Chi condensed into an Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon let out a dragon's roar and attacked Zhuqiu Tang and the other two. Zhuqiu Tang and the other two used offensive and defensive martial skills. They planned to attack and defend at the same time. Rays of light shot out from their hands as they were enveloped in light. Invincible divine sword technique. Xiaoyang summoned the immortal sword and formed a seal with both hands. The immortal sword buzzed and transformed into sword shadows. These countless sword shadows formed a sword city. The sword city was majestic and powerful, and its aura was fierce as it instantly crushed down towards Zhuqiu Tang and the others. Zhuqiu Tang had fought Xiaoyang before and had seen Xiaoyang's move. Naturally, he didn't take it to heart. He used a defensive martial skill to block it. A defensive barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the crushing power of Sword City. Soul-refining art. Xiaoyang said indifferently. With the activation of the soul-refining art, his divine sense surged out like a tide. It instantly struck Zhuqiu Tang, slave left mirror, and slave right mirror's sea of consciousness, causing them to cry out in pain. Their minds were in a mess, and they even felt temporarily dizzy. In that moment of confusion and dizziness, Xiaoyang's Sword City instantly broke through the opponent's light barrier and continued to crush it. "Be careful," Zhuqiu Tang shouted, reminding slave left mirror and slave right mirror. Because of his powerful cultivation, he quickly stabilized the chaos in his sea of consciousness and was able to wake up immediately. However, slave left mirror and slave right mirror weren't so lucky. Their cultivation was the same as Xiaoyang's and couldn't be compared to Zhuqiu Tang's. Therefore, they felt dizzy in their minds. While they were dizzy, the Sword City directly crashed into them. In an instant, countless sharp sword qi directly tore them into pieces. Ah! Ah! Two shrill screams were heard. Slave left mirror and slave right mirror, the two stage for experts of Wuzun, were dead. Both of them turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated with the wind. Damn it! Xiaoyang, you and I are irreconcilable. Zhuqiu Tang was both shocked and furious. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to have so many tricks up his sleeves. Xiaoyang had killed Sanqian, slave left mirror, and slave right mirror successively. Zhuqiu Tang was now very wary of Xiaoyang. Who knew if Xiaoyang still had any other strange killing methods? If it weren't for slave left mirror, slave right mirror, and 3,000 G blocking in front, Zhuqiu Tang would have been killed by Xiaoyang. Now, Zhuqiu Tang was the only enemy left. The other 3 enemies had been killed by Xiaoyang. The pressure on Xiaoyang was greatly reduced. Previously, the 4 of them together couldn't take down Xiaoyang, let alone now that there was only one left. Xiaoyang blinked and stared at Zhuqiu Tang with a teasing gaze. "Zhuqiu Tang, I can spare your life if you cripple your own cultivation. Otherwise, you'll suffer the same fate as the 3,000 extremes. How dare you!" Zhuqiu Tang shouted with fear on his face. Xiaoyang had killed 3 people in a row. Of course, he knew that Xiaoyang dared to kill him. Zhuqiu Tang was only roaring with courage. In fact, he was already afraid, and his momentum plummeted. Senior brother Xiaoyang is mighty. Senior brother Xiaoyang is awesome. 3,000 desolation, and 3,000 Lu couldn't help but exclaim when they saw how powerful Xiaoyang was. They clapped and cheered excitedly. When Xiaoyang went up, they were worried about Xiaoyang's safety. They were afraid that Xiaoyang would be killed by Zhuqiu Tang and the others. Now, Xiaoyang had defeated the strong and killed 3,000 G, slave left mirror and slave right mirror. It was an unprecedented victory. Now, only Zhuqiu Tang was left to support the situation. They believed that Xiaoyang would definitely be able to take care of Zhuqiu Tang. It was obvious from Zhuqiu Tang's panicked expression that he had lost his confidence and fighting spirit. There was only fear. How could he be a match for Xiaoyang in such a state? It was very likely that he would be killed by Xiaoyang. Senior brother Xiaoyang, kill him, kill him. Many disciples of the first hall of the Jigo sect shouted. The crowd was raging and there was determination in their eyes. It could be seen how much they hated Zhuqiu Tang and the others. Obviously, they had been bullied by Zhuqiu Tang and the others. Are you going to rebel? I'm a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, the captain of the Law Enforcement Hall. Zhuqiu Tang felt Xiaoyang's killing intent and heard the cries of the disciples of the Jigo sect. He immediately panicked. His face turned pale and his eyes were full of fear. He could only use his identity to threaten Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang wouldn't go too far. But it was useless. The existence of the challenge flag gave people the right to challenge. No matter who the opponent was or what cultivation level they had, as long as they had the challenge flag, they could challenge people regardless of life or death. Therefore, the challenge flag was very rare. 3,000 Light had only obtained 2 challenge flags after 3 years of missions. Haha. The corner of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up and he sneered. Zhuqiu Tang, do you think your identity as the captain of the Law Enforcement Hall can protect you under the challenge flag? Xiao Yang asked with a sneer. Obviously, the answer was very obvious. Even if Xiao Yang killed Zhuqiu Tang, he wouldn't be guilty. Didn't you see? 3,000 Light was also fighting fiercely with Zhuqiu Hang. Zhuqiu Hang's cultivation level was originally higher than 3,000 Lights, but under 3,000 Light's fierce attacks, he was now in a sorry state with many wounds on his body. Chapter 973. Of course, 3,000 Lights wasn't any better. He was also slightly injured. However, he was able to fight Wu Zun Stage 6 cultivation against Wu Zun Stage 7 Zhuqiu Tang. It was enough for him to be proud. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were really going for the kill. Every move contained shocking killing intent. As long as there was a chance, they would go all out to kill their opponent and not give their opponent a chance to catch his breath. Zhuqiu Tang was at a loss. He was terrified and nervous. Seeing Xiao Yang walk up step by step, he couldn't help but retreat step by step in fright and speak incoherently. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he was afraid of losing face in front of everyone. After all, Xiao Yang's condition was for him to cripple his cultivation. As the captain of the enforcement hall and the backer of 3,000 Lights, he had offended countless people. Once his cultivation was crippled, many enemies would definitely come looking for him. At that time, he would suffer a fate worse than death. However, if he didn't agree to Xiao Yang's condition, then he might be killed by Xiao Yang. What should he do? Zhuqiu Tang was at a loss. He could only shift his gaze to Zhuqiu Hang and shout, "Qiu Hang, hurry up and take down 3,000 Lights. I can't hold on any longer. 3,000 Lights has already been killed." He had no choice but to beg for mercy from Zhuqiu Hang. What? Zhuqiu Hang was originally focused on fighting 3,000 Lights. This was because 3,000 Lights couldn't be underestimated. His combat strength was comparable to Wu Zun Stage 7. Therefore, Zhuqiu Hang didn't pay attention to the other battlefield. In his opinion, Zhuqiu Tang, slave left mirror, right mirror, and 3,000 Lights were enough to crush Xiao Yang. However, when he heard the miserable and terrified cry for help, he was instantly distracted. It didn't matter if he was distracted. At least he could still defend against 3,000 Lights' attack. However, what shocked him was that 3,000 Lights had been killed. Slave left mirror and right mirror had also been killed. Zhuqiu Tang was about to be killed too. You, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhuqiu Hang was shocked and furious when he saw this. He couldn't help but curse loudly. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. He really did not expect that Zhuqiu, Tang, and the other three could not take down Xiao Yang. After all, Zhuqiu Tang possessed a cultivation at the 5th level of Wu Zun's cultivation, which was a level higher than Xiao Yang's cultivation. If he were to risk his life in battle, he would definitely be able to defeat Xiao Yang. Whoosh! Pooh! While Zhuqiu Hang was distracted and suffered a blow to his mind, the 3,000 astonishing martial skill Lights instantly struck his body. Zhuqiu Hang's injuries worsened, and he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood as he fell from midair to the ground, causing a large expanse of dust and dirt to arise. Zhuqiu Hang's defeat caused all the spectators to be shocked. All of them looked at the 3,000 Lights and Xiao Yang with disbelief, and it was even to the extent that many people exclaimed in an uproar while they stared their eyes wide open with surprise. Heavens! Zhuqiu Hang actually lost. Senior brother, 3,000 Light is too powerful. He even defeated Zhuqiu Hang. He's a master at the 7th level of Wu Zun. There's a good show to watch now. If Zhuqiu Hang is defeated, who knows what will happen next? The hall master will definitely be alarmed. The spectating disciples of the first hall of the Jigos sect discussed animatedly. They did not dare to think about the consequences and changes that would happen next. Xiao Yang, you're despicable. You actually used me to distract Hall Master Zhua. Zhuqiu Tang immediately understood Xiao Yang's sinister intentions, when he saw Hang's defeat. If Xiaoyang did not force him, how could he have asked Hang for help? If he did not ask Hang for help, Hang's mind would not have been affected, and he might have been able to defeat the 3,000 lights in the battle. However, Xiaoyang was too despicable. He actually used the result of one battle to influence another battle, and he even succeeded. Xiaoyang sneered. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He said playfully, Tang, my conditions are still valid. If you don't make a decision, I'll make a decision for you. You dare? Tang was shocked and furious. He pointed at Xiaoyang in a panic, and his heart was filled with fear. Hang, who had not been defeated before, had failed. Now that even the 7th level of Wu Zun had failed, he had completely lost his confidence. Kill them! Kill them! The spectators of the first palace all roared and shouted. In the beginning, they did not dare to say anything because they were afraid of Hang and Tang's revenge. However, after seeing Tang and Hang's defeat, they no longer needed to be afraid. So long as Xiaoyang and 3,000 lights were ruthless, then only death would await Tang and Hang. They'd been bullied and exploited by Hang, 3,000 lights, and the others for a very long time, and they were already impatient. However, they lacked strength, otherwise they would have made a move against Tang and the others. Xiaoyang exchanged glances with 3,000 lights, and both of them saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. The conflict between 3,000 lights and Xiaoyang had already been formed when they were in the lower realm. Xiaoyang originally didn't intend to take this matter to heart and let bygones be bygones. However, 3,000 lights was overbearing and refused to let the matter go, and this caused the conflict between them to grow even more intense. 3,000 lights had actually utilized all methods to deal with Xiaoyang. Not only had he found Tang, he'd even threatened 3,000 lights and even found Wu Zun's 7th level Hang. So, both of them were bound to be irreconcilable existences. Since it was like that, then there was no need to be considerate. Even though Xiaoyang was a tolerant and honest person, he wasn't a soft-hearted person, and he would still kill those who deserved to be killed. Tang, you've aided 3,000 lights and colluded with him. It's time for you to repay your debt. If you don't make a decision, then I'll make one for you. Xiaoyang snorted coldly as killing intent emanated from his body, and then he took a step forward and instantly vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Tang. This shocking speed, this strange movement technique, and this dense killing intent caused Tang's expression to change drastically. His face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at Xiaoyang with terror. I surrender, I submit. Hall Masterswa, save me. After sensing Xiaoyang's killing intent and actions, Tang panicked and hurriedly cried out. As long as he could save his life, he was willing to do anything, even if he had to kneel and kowtow, even if he had to cripple his own cultivation. However, his surrender and submission were just words. In the end, he didn't make up his mind to cripple his own cultivation. He still pinned his hopes on Hang, hoping that Hang could save him. Therefore, Xiaoyang could only help him make a choice. Then he would kill him completely and get rid of the scourge. Xiaoyang struck out with a hand blade as fast as lightning, and it instantly chopped at Tang's neck. Chapter 974. At this moment, Tang was scared out of his wits. Even though his cultivation was behind Xiaoyang's, he couldn't fight and could only watch as Xiaoyang attacked. Crack! Xiaoyang's hand chopped off Tang's neck as soon as it landed. Tang died. His neck tilted, and he stopped breathing. No! When Hang saw this, he couldn't help but become furious. His expression was ferocious as he shouted and instantly launched an attack at Xiaoyang. He originally wanted to stop Xiaoyang, But Xiaoyang was too fast, and his killing intent was too ruthless and decisive, so he couldn't stop him at all. He could only vent all his hatred and anger on Xiaoyang. Junior brother Xiaoyang, be careful. 3,000 lights hurriedly warned when he saw Zhuqiu Hang attacking Xiaoyang. Then he hurriedly used his martial skill to attack Zhuqiu Hang. Zhuqiu Hang, your opponent is me. Don't break the challenge flag's rules. 3,000 lights also warned and charged forward with anger. The challenge flag's existence was like signing a life and death contract. Both parties would only live and die. Before the victor was decided, no one was allowed to interfere. Once someone interfered, it would be disrespectful to the challenge flag. Zhuqiu Hang naturally understood this principle, but he didn't have to follow it at this point. Because almost all of his subordinates had perished, he had become a loner. Even he might not be able to leave this place alive. Since he was going to die, he might as well kill Xiaoyang first. Even if he died, he would drag Xiaoyang down with him. Xiaoyang was so despicable that he actually killed 3,000 lights, Zhuqiu Tang and the others. They were all his family members. As a hall master and a rank 7 expert of Wu Zun, he couldn't even protect 2 of his family members. It was really shameful. Moreover, in the eyes of the spectators, the Grand Wu Zun of the 7th step had been defeated by the 3,000 lights. It was truly a disgrace, a loss of dignity and fate, and a great blow to his own self-esteem. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would not be able to make any progress in his cultivation in the future. Today's battle would definitely become a mental demon for him in the future. After Xiaoyang dealt with Zhuqiu Tang, he immediately sensed a strong killing intent nearby. That was a killing move launched by Wu Zun's 7th rank Zhuqiu Hang. Although he was already heavily injured, the power he could unleash was definitely unparalleled. As a Tier 4 Wu Zun, would Xiaoyang be able to withstand it? This made many people nervous, and they looked at Xiaoyang worriedly. Cousin, be careful. Young master, don't. Senior brother Xiaoyang, dodge. Lan Jiaya, Long Nu, Gu Qianchan, 3,000 lights, and the others all shouted when they saw the scene before them. They wanted to remind Xiaoyang to dodge the danger. Many of the spectators also did the same, hoping that Xiaoyang could dodge. Many of them secretly cursed Zhuqiu Hang for being despicable and sinister. He actually ignored the dignity of the challenge flag and forcibly participated in another battle to attack Xiaoyang. This was an act of bullying the weak. The Grand Wu Zun of the 7th rank was bullying a Tier 4 Wu Zun of the 4th rank. There was a difference of 3 realms between them. This made many people's scalps go numb for Xiaoyang. Come, let me see how powerful you are. Xiaoyang frowned and snorted softly with a determined expression. He stood on the spot calmly and didn't move at all. When he saw Zhuqiu Hang's figure suddenly attacking in front of him, he immediately unleashed the power of Wu Zun of the physical body, intending to use his strong physical body to block the opponent's attack. At the same time, he used the soul-refining art to attack Zhuqiu Hang's mind on the spiritual level, causing confusion and dizziness. Invincible Divine Sword Technique, Earthen Aura Azure Dragon, Poison Dragon Claw. These 3 martial skills were instantly executed by Xiaoyang. The Poison Dragon and the Earthen Dragon roared and launched a frenzied attack on Zhuqiu Hang. After the incomparably sharp immortal sword buzzed, it also condensed a majestic sword city, which violently and sharply crushed towards Zhuqiu Hang. These martial arts looked very powerful, and even a Tier 5 expert like Wu Zun didn't dare to take them head-on. However, in the eyes of Wu Zun of the 7th rank, Zhuqiu Hang, it was like playing house. He was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Be careful, you killed my family. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. You'd better not embarrass yourself with such insignificant tricks. Zhuqiu Hang sneered. Everywhere he passed, he released a majestic origin energy with a wave of his hand, which instantly disintegrated the martial arts attacks. He was extremely fast, like lightning, and arrived in front of Xiaoyang in an instant. He slapped out with both hands, and it looked like he was about to bombard Xiaoyang's chest. If this attack hit, Xiaoyang would definitely not be able to withstand it, and he would probably suffer a devastating blow. Even Xiaoyang himself felt a strong threat of death at this moment, and his mind was entangled uncontrollably. The power of Wu Zun of the 7th rank couldn't be underestimated, and it wasn't something that the current Xiaoyang could withstand at all. Greater teleportation technique. Xiaoyang roared, and his hands quickly formed a seal to perform the greater teleportation technique. The might of the greater teleportation technique executed through the energy of the laws multiplied. This majestic teleportation energy and shocking teleportation laws acted on Zhuqiuheng, and it instantly teleported Zhuqiuheng over 100 m away. The reason it was teleported such a short distance was entirely because Zhuqiuheng's cultivation was too formidable. If it was a cultivator with a weak cultivation, then Xiaoyang would definitely be able to teleport them over 70 kilometers away. Whoosh! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw Xiaoyang's magnificent actions. They originally thought that Xiaoyang was dead for sure, and they never imagined that he would still be able to make such a move at the critical moment. Senior brother Xiaoyang is mighty. Senior brother Xiaoyang is awesome. Senior brother Xiaoyang, you're really my role model. Many spectators of the first hall cheered excitedly, and they were overjoyed as if they were fellow disciples who had been saved. They couldn't believe it. Xiaoyang blinked, and his expression relaxed slightly when he heard their cheers. He hurriedly checked his own condition, and apart from the torn clothes on his chest and some minor injuries, he was fine. This allowed Xiaoyang to be completely at ease. How is this possible? Is this the greater teleportation technique? Dozens of meters away, Zhuqiuheng had a bewildered expression as he spoke in surprise. He revealed a puzzled expression, and after thinking for a while, he came to a sudden realization. He blinked, and a bright light flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly. Xiaoyang, you're actually so despicable. If you have the ability, why don't you fight me one-on-one? Hearing this, Xiaoyang laughed, and it was a mocking laugh. The spectating disciples of the Jigo sect laughed as well, and some even cursed loudly. Xiaoyang relied on his own ability to survive, yet he was actually called despicable by Zhuqiuheng. Zhuqiuheng relied on his formidable cultivation to bully Xiaoyang. It was fine if he couldn't defeat Xiaoyang, but he actually asked Xiaoyang to fight him head-on. Wasn't this laughable? Chapter 975. In this battle, everyone had the right to call others despicable, except for Zhuqiuheng because he was a despicable, shameless, and treacherous person. Zhuqiuheng, I'm your opponent. Don't you dare hurt junior brother Xiaoyang. 3,000 lights shouted explosively as he executed a shocking martial skill and instantly charged towards Zhuqiuheng. Previously, he was afraid that he could not save Xiaoyang. However, now that Zhuqiuheng had been teleported away, 3,000 lights had enough time. Naturally, 3,000 lights could deal with it calmly. 3,000 lights, you bastard! You traitor! You joined forces with Xiaoyang to harm my family. I won't forgive you. Zhuqiuheng roared. When he saw 3,000 lights attacking him, he could not be bothered to deal with Xiaoyang. Once again, he unleashed the power of Wu Zun's rank 7 to fight 3,000 lights. Xiaoyang still had lingering fears. If he had not learned the teleportation skill, he would have died just now. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang was flustered and angry at the same time. He glanced at Zhuqiuheng's body on the ground and snorted coldly as he took out the medium heavenly fire. The medium heavenly fire squeaked happily. Then it released a black flame that instantly spread to Zhuqiuheng's body and engulfed him, turning him into ashes. Soul refining art. After Xiaoyang retrieved the medium heavenly fire, he performed the soul refining art again and attacked Zhuqiuheng, who was in the middle of the battle. Zhuqiuheng was the one who broke the rules first. Since he broke the rules, he could not blame Xiaoyang for doing the same. In the battle with 3,000 lights, Zhuqiuheng was already at a disadvantage and had been hit twice in a row. Now, Xiaoyang was also performing the soul, refining, art to mess things up. This greatly weakened Zhuqiuheng's combat power, and he could only passively take on 3,000 lights attacks. The battle went on for a while. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Zhuqiuheng's body was covered in injuries, and his cultivation was almost depleted. He was exhausted and dispirited. Now he was only hanging on with one breath. Under the joint attack of Xiaoyang and the 3,000 lights, he was in a very sorry state. If not for his strong desire to live, he would have died long ago. Boom! Another half an hour passed. In the end, Zhuqiuheng was unable to continue holding on, and he was blasted down to the ground by the 3,000 martial skill lights. As his body smashed onto the ground cracked apart. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and exerted all his strength to activate the soul-refining art. He continuously invaded and disturbed his opponent's sea of consciousness, attacking it madly. The 3,000 rays of light also arrived. Several violent and ferocious rays of light landed on Zhuqiuheng and directly blasted him into a cloud of blood mist. At this point, the curtains fell on the great battle. Zhuqiuheng, Zhuqiutang 3,000 G, and the others were completely annihilated. Whoosh! Hoyer! Senior brother, 3,000 light is too awesome. Senior brother Xiaoyang is too awesome. Seeing that the two of them had one, the entire place erupted with cheers and shouts. Every single one of them had smiles on their faces and were extremely excited. 3,000 Lu and 3,000 Desolation were unable to contain their joy. Senior brother, 3,000 light. Senior brother Xiaoyang, congratulations. You've won. In this battle, you've made a huge name for yourselves. The two of them came forward and congratulated the two of them. Cousin, you're awesome. Big brother Xiaoyang, you're really handsome. Young master is the most powerful. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and Long Nu walked forward one after another and looked at Xiaoyang excitedly. Their eyes were filled with infatuation, and their watery eyes were filled with boundless tenderness. They couldn't wait to become one with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang chuckled and nodded at them. This battle was extremely dangerous, and the difficulty of the challenge couldn't be any higher. Fortunately, they had won. Everyone quiet down. Just as everyone was celebrating and cheering, a powerful 6th rank aura of Wu Zun spread out, causing everyone to quiet down once again. Everyone's eyes fell on the person who had come, and they looked at that figure in confusion. 3,000 Desolation secretly explained to Xiaoyang, that's Hall Master Lu, from the training hall, Lu Dongxing. Now that Zhuqiuheng has fallen, he's probably going to take over. Hall Master Lu has always been easy to talk to, and he's been very good to us. Our lives will be much better in the future. Lu Dongxing's figure floated in the air, and he slowly said, Junior Brothers Hall Master Zhuqiuheng has always been lazy, and he almost never holds classes. Moreover, he even embezzled your cultivation resources, and even allowed his relatives to do whatever they want. Now Zhuqiuheng, Zhuqiutang, and 3,000 Desolation have all fallen. I announce that the training hall will hold classes every day from now on, and the previous teaching system will be restored. In addition, your cultivation resources will be fully distributed, and there will be no more embezzlement. In total, the cultivation resources you've been receiving every month are only half, and the other half is in Zhuqiuheng's hands. In the future, you'll receive the full amount, so there's no need to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Don't let me down and cultivate well. Do you understand? Lu Dongxing encouraged everyone and announced policies that were beneficial to them. Previously, Zhuqiuheng had been suppressing Lu Dongxing, causing him to be unable to display his ambition and talent. Now that Zhuqiuheng had fallen, Lu Dongxing was practically the leader of the training hall. Of course, he had the final say in everything. Oh yeah. Hall Master Lu is mighty. Hall Master Lu is simply our guardian. Thank you, Hall Master Lu. Thank you, Senior Brother 3000 Light. Thank you, Senior Brother Xiaoyang. Many Jigo sect disciples were smug, and they were so happy that they jumped on the spot, excited and happy. They knew that all of this was brought to them by Xiaoyang and 3000 Light, and they regarded Xiaoyang and 3000 Light as their great benefactors. Zhuqiu Heng, Zhuqiu Tang, and the others had fallen, so they could rise again. Previously, they were exploited and bullied, and they didn't dare to resist. Now, 3000 Light and Xiaoyang stood up for them and won their respect. Xiaoyang, 3000 Light, the first hall master wants to see you. Follow me. After Lu Dongxing announced 2 policies that would benefit everyone, he looked at 3000 Light and Xiaoyang and spoke with a smile. One had to admit that 3000 Light and Xiaoyang were very good, and they were very pleasing to the eye. One had to know that it was because of these 2 that Lu Dongxing was able to take the position of hall master. Otherwise, with Zhuqiu hang around, he would always be a deputy. Therefore, even though Xiaoyang and 3000 Light had killed several people here, he didn't pursue the matter. He couldn't be more grateful. So how could he pursue the matter? Moreover, Xiaoyang and 3000 Light had combat strength comparable to Wu Zun's rank 7, and their potential was limitless. He couldn't wait to befriend these true geniuses, so he naturally couldn't offend them. Seeing Xiaoyang and 3000 Light leave with Lu Dongxing, Lan Jiaya, Gu Qianchan, and the others couldn't help but feel worried. They had just arrived, and they had killed the hall master and the disciplinary hall's team leader as soon as they arrived. Would the hall master really not pursue the matter?